wanda una kai ombu ai waduka anaila jawangu angut anda warung muda lagi lagi angu una ai malang tatawang ganila wuli aka kanggara na kai aya una hindu yatiwa manggapa una jaka iara itanangga angu ambu iya anawangu kaurung jaka diana pahia wanda aya banda buata danya daka hiya kunda angu lada lagi aku ona aitu malang kie kai aya umbu jaga jaya napa hiya wanda aku pandam buat tanya daka hiya kuda ana hidu ya hiwa manggapa ona jaga iara ikanangga aku ambu jia ana wangu dianda kanggi balalu hidu ia tinangga pada warung dadu lalu malai ngoi benda pai lapinu tanali ramu angu iye pandua malang banda talua kaya apa hiya wanda aya banda buat tadanya kahi kudang lapin kabadai rang wadap yang ai miali tuana kaku kamai kai aya umbu ango jaka jaya napa hiya wana andu pada buat tadanya daka mujia anawamu kinamanya halua malangunya kanggi balalu apa hiya wanda apa hidu ia tinangga pada warung danu lalu putih angwai ombu ai kakumba malang yang gau pandua malang jaka jaya napa hiya wanda aya pandam buat tadanya daka hiya kunda angu lapinu tanalia rangono ai mieli tuana kaku kamahinggaunu nahanduka wa manggapa mbujia anawamu kindakadua umbu ya ona malangunya angu napa hiya wanda ona angu
kanananya makannya sebuah pulau di bagian timur Indonesia yang terkenal karena kecantikan alam dan keunikan budayanya. Siapa yang tidak mengenal tenun ikat Sumba yang cantik? Semua juga tidak asing dengan keindahan padang sabana dan perbukitannya. Dan pasti, semua juga tahu gagahnya kuda sandalwood. Semuanya itu hanya ada di Sumba. Salam hangat dari Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba. Dari sebuah kota di Sumba Timur bernama Waingapu, kami siap mengoptimalkan potensi yang dimiliki negeri seribu bukit ini.
Kalau ada yang bertanya, kenapa saya memilih Kristen, kampus ini memberikan banyak sekali ruang untuk mengembangkan diri dan bertransformasi.
Beragam kegiatan kemahasiswaan di kampus ini membantu saya dan teman-teman untuk berani tampil menjadi diri sendiri. Nilai-nilai yang diajarkan di Universitas Sumba juga memotivasi saya untuk mengembangkan potensi yang saya miliki untuk membawa nama harum Pulau Sumba.
Keberagaman adalah yang menjadi salah satu alasan mengapa saya memilih kampus ini untuk berkuliah. Tidak ada eksklusivitas, agama, suku, maupun ras. Kami belajar toleransi untuk mewujudkan Sumba Timur yang lebih maju.
Saya sangat bersyukur karena pernah menjadi bagian dari Universitas Sumba, karena semangat entrepreneurship yang ditanamkan pada kami itu sangat melekat.
Sebagai alumni Universitas Sumba, kami sungguh merasakan bahwa alma mater sudah membentuk dan mempersiapkan kami untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin, baik untuk diri sendiri maupun untuk orang lain. Sebagai alumni tentunya kami sungguh menyadari bahwa nuansa kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, sudah kami rasakan semenjak kami di bangku kuliah.
Di kampus kami diajarkan semangat wirausaha yang kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Di mana bukan hanya sekedar perkuliahan saja, tapi ada juga beragam kegiatan mahasiswa yang semuanya itu memberikan kami ruang untuk berkembang. Dan menurut saya ini merupakan pengalaman yang tak ternilai harganya.
Dan saya bersama rekan-rekan alumni lainnya, kami bangga menjadi bagian dari alumni Universitas Sumba.
Universitas Sumba akan menempa Anda menjadi pemimpin yang kita. Pemimpin yang kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Dengan semangat kewirausahaan, Anda akan dipersiapkan menjadi calon-calon pemimpin dengan semangat entrepreneurs yang akan menjadi agen perubahan bagi masyarakat. Melalui sejumlah program studi yang relevan dengan potensi di Pulau Sumba, kami ajak untuk mengoptimalkan kekayaan di pulau ini. Mari kita secara bersama membangun Sumba, NTT, dan Indonesia.
Melalui semangat kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, kami hadir untuk mengajak Anda menjadi tenaga ahli kewirausahaan yang mandiri dan sinergistik, untuk menjadi pelopor, motivator, dan dinamisator dalam proses transformasi masyarakat, demi masa depan dan manapun.
Wala iya timinu. Una patingi dangu hamu ae. Ai panama tu dangu hamu kinyanu nano murupatu domu angu. Ambu mula, ambu maru, amba arunya. Pandambuala duka unna mapambulungu ang buhani angu. Ay katalipitu pakahangoy ka unna duay ang buhani angu. Ilaka wana biamuno katangaru kauna mapahama angu ai katalimma mapamiara duka una iye nula sumbati murono iye una pating idangu hamunya kau ruangu kikanu ai ambula rumaru amba arunya iye una nanu murupatu domu angu jaka ninggau kala kuru kudu maakanu jaka ninya nama wana unalihambi linggau nu ai maduyaka iye unna hana madangu angu iye unna tuhiyala iye timunu ai talanga iya ramba wadundaka iye unna ni angu kau katana unadangu hamunya angu buhani angu militu anak aku hali dua kau no jaga pahia waduka tatawangani lawuli aka ay kanggara anahau iye hinguna kay aya umbuangu iye kau ruang udang hamukinya ya kajian apa hiya wanda aya bandam buat adanya daka hiye kunda angu lari hiya ai kia kajia bayangu napa hiya wanda una kai ombu ae panda warung munda nula kia laki angu una ai dua malang kimuka aya umbuangu na anahidu yatiwa manggapa unna jaka iara ikananga angu ambujia anawamu bianda badai nguluri banda pala pinutan aliyah rangu angu banda talua kia angu papa mua humuan dungu dua kabadai ngunggu ada biang gunung kai aya umbu ango jaka jaya napahia wanda ango pandam buata danya daka hie kunda ango himanya halua manggau kanggi balalu ango mapahidu ia tinanggau Mandawaru munda nula luku ki angwai ombo ai kakupa malangu dianggau Iye pandua malangu mo ango jaka jaya napahia wanda aya pandam buata danya daka hie kunda ango lapinu tanali
Welcome to Sumba, sebuah pulau di timur Indonesia yang terkenal karena kecantikan alam dan keunikan budayanya. Siapa yang tidak mengenal tenun ikat Sumba yang cantik? Semua juga tidak asing dengan keindahan padang sabana dan perbukitannya. Dan pasti semua juga tahu gagahnya kuda sandalwood. Semuanya itu hanya ada di Sumba. Salam hangat dari Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba. Dari sebuah kota di Sumba Timur bernama Waingapu, kami siap mengoptimalkan potensi yang dimiliki negeri seribu bukit ini.
Kalau ada yang bertanya, kenapa saya memilih Kristen, kampus ini memberikan banyak sekali ruang untuk mengembangkan diri dan bertransformasi.
Beragam kegiatan kemahasiswaan di kampus ini membantu saya dan teman-teman untuk berani tampil menjadi diri sendiri. Nilai-nilai yang diajarkan di Universitas Sumba juga memotivasi saya untuk mengembangkan potensi yang saya miliki untuk membawa nama harum Pulau Sumba.
Keberagaman adalah yang menjadi salah satu alasan mengapa saya memilih kampus ini untuk berkuliah. Tidak ada eksklusivitas, agama, suku maupun ras. Kami belajar toleransi untuk mewujudkan Sumba Timur yang lebih maju.
Saya sangat bersyukur karena pernah menjadi bagian dari Universitas Sumba, karena semangat entrepreneurship yang ditanamkan pada kami itu sangat melekat.
Sebagai alumni Universitas Sumba, kami sungguh merasakan bahwa alma mater sudah membentuk dan mempersiapkan kami untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin, baik untuk diri sendiri maupun untuk orang lain. Sebagai alumni tentunya kami sungguh menyadari bahwa nuansa kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, sudah kami rasakan semenjak kami di bangku kuliah.
Di kampus kami diajarkan semangat wirausaha yang kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Di mana bukan hanya sekedar perkuliahan saja, tapi ada juga beragam kegiatan mahasiswa yang semuanya itu memberikan kami ruang untuk berkembang. Dan menurut saya ini merupakan pengalaman yang tak ternilai harganya.
Dan saya bersama rekan-rekan alumni lainnya, kami bangga menjadi bagian dari alumni Universitas Sumba.
Universitas Sumba akan menempa Anda menjadi pemimpin yang kita. Pemimpin yang kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Dengan semangat kewirausahaan, Anda akan dipersiapkan menjadi calon-calon pemimpin dengan semangat entrepreneur yang akan menjadi agen perubahan bagi masyarakat. Melalui sejumlah program yang relevan dengan potensi di Pulau Sumba, kami ajak untuk mengoptimalkan kekayaan di pulau ini. Mari kita secara bersama membangun Sumba, NTT, dan Indonesia.
Mahasiswa kita kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Kami hadir untuk mengajak Anda menjadi tenaga ahli kewirausahaan yang mandiri dan sinergistik untuk menjadi pelopor, motivator, dan dinamisator dalam proses transformasi masyarakat demi masa depan bumi Marapi.
Sumba Timurono. Iya, una pating idangu hamunya kau ruang ukikanu. Ai ambumbula arumaru amba arunya. Iya, una nanu amurupatu domu angu. Jaka ninggau kala kuru kudu maakanu. Jaka ninya nama wana unalihambi alinggau nu. Maduyaka iye unahana madangu angu. Iye unatuhiala iye timunu. Ai talanga iya ramba wadundaka iye unani angu. Kau katana unadangu hamunya angu buhani angu. Militu anak aku hali dua kau nu. Jaka pahia waduka anaila jawangu angu duai umbu angu. jaya napahia wanda aya bandam buata danya daka hie kunda angu lari ai kia kajia beyangu napahia wanda una kai ombu ae Panda warung munda nula kia laki angwa ona ai dua malang kimuka Iye aya umbu angona ana hidu yatiwa manggapa ona jaka iara ikananga angu ambu jia ana wahmu dianda
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our opening ceremony is about to begin. The Honorable, the keynote speaker, Menteri Pertanian Republik Indonesia, which is represented by Kepala Badan Penelitian dan Pengembangan Pertanian, Kementerian Pertanian Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Fajri Jufri, MSI. The invited speakers, Dr. Jonathan Lassa from Charles Darwin University, Australia, Professor Makoto Koike from Momoyama Gakuin University, Japan, Professor Dr. Siegfried Berhimpon from Samratulangi University, and Arta Wacana Kristen University, Indonesia. Dr. Jacqueline Vel from Leiden University, Netherlands. Bupati and members of House of Representatives of 4 regencies in Sumba. The German Academic Exchange Service, the AAD DIES team. The member of Konsorsium Selatan-Tenggara. The generous sponsors, reviewers, and editorial boards. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba, The Excellency, the Head of University Senate of Unkriswina Sumba, the Vice Rectors of Unkriswina Sumba, the Head of Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat Unkriswina Sumba as the Project Manager of this conference, Deans, Vice Deans, and Head of Study Program, lecturers, students of Unkriswina Sumba, presenters, participants, and distinguished guests. Shalom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Greetings for all of us. Good afternoon and welcome to Unkriswina Sumba, in the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change and Culture. This conference will be held today and tomorrow, October 20th and 21st, 2021. And it is a great honor for me to welcome each and every one of you virtually. This two-day conference will provide us plenty of opportunities to discuss as well as to share knowledge and insights on climate change, local knowledge, biodiversity, and food security. Ladies and gentlemen, as our first agenda, we would like to invite all the distinguished guests to kindly rise or sit perfectly for the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Kami mengundang para hadirin untuk berdiri atau duduk sempurna untuk menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated. And let's take a moment of silence for prayer. Mrs. Diana Andayanijo will lead the prayer.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin the conference, let us pray together, and I will lead you based on my religion, Christian. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank for today. Thank you for all of your grace and bless. Today, we will begin all of our events. The third International Conference on Climate Change and Culture 20 and 21. Please bless our event and all of the speakers and also the participants. Give them strength, health, and wisdom. This is all of our hope, and we give these events for today and tomorrow in your blessing hands. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Ibu Diana. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the welcoming speech from the chairwoman of the committee, Ibu Rambuyeti Kalawai, STMTMM. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon, selamat siang, and shalom. On behalf of the Organizing Committee, International Conference on Climate Change and Culture 2021, I am honored to welcome all of you to the third ICCC with the topic of climate change, biodiversity, food security, and local knowledge. The issue of climate change at the national and international level is important since it has a direct impact on society in the event of a crisis of food security which result in crop failure. Climate change, which is erratic, with an increasing level of climatic diversity, requires awareness of researchers, government, and stakeholders to maintain agricultural sustainability. Responding to these issues, researchers are obliged to provide scientific input as a reference for the government in making policies related to climate change. Following the vision and mission of Konsorsium Sumba, which is to help and contribute to the transformation process of the community, this international conference is one among many efforts to make these visions and missions come true. It is part of our concern on the contribution of science and technology for spreading and transforming the knowledge and skills needed to deal with the impacts of climate change in Indonesia. The third ICCC 2021 is enriched by plenary lectures and parallel oral presentations from scholars and climate change, local knowledge, and ethnomathematics practitioners and experts coming from 5 countries and 10 universities. I hope that the third ICCC 2021 would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to advancing knowledge, research, and technology for humanity. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contributions to the nation's advancement to maintain agricultural sustainability in the not-too-distant future. Taking place in Wengapu, East Sumba, Indonesia, the third ICCC 2021 could not be made possible without the great support, kind efforts, and contribution of all the committee members, all sponsors, all the plenary and invited speakers, as well as all oral presenters. And I thank them for making this conference a grand success. To all of our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Ibu Yeti, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move to our next agenda. It is the welcoming speech from the Rector of Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba, as well as the opening remark of this event. To Bapak Dr. Maklon Felipus Kila, SAMSI, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to greet you here. And let me give a warm welcome to the third international conference on climate change and culture in 2021. Since its outbreak in late 2019, the COVID-19 has now been spreading globally, including in Indonesia. The pandemic has changed the nature of our social interaction, that social distancing seems to be acceptable despite our collective nature as humans. Therefore, online meetings has become a select alternatives to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So this conference eventually has to be carried virtually. However, despite of the distance that separates us today, let us be grateful to God for His doings, that He has blessed us with health, so all of us can all be here join this conference. The third International Conference on Climate Change and Culture in 2021 is the annual activity of Southeast Konsorsium. And this year, Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba has been given the honor to host the event. And this is first time for Kristen Sumba to hold the international conference. Climate change, I think the phrase is not novel to all of us. It refers to long-term change in temperature and weather pattern, where human activity is one of the driving factors. Inevitably, climate change has brought significant impact to all aspects of human life, including agricultural, food availability, and behavior change. A report from the United Nations mentioned that consequences of current climate change include severe drought, water scarcity, severe fire, rising sea levels, floodings, melting of polar ice cap, catastrophic storm, and a decline of biodiversity. Indeed, climate change has become global issue, and thus ongoing discussion of how to reduce and adapt to this change are growing each day. As part of the scientific community, we have a moral responsibility to actively involve in reducing, anticipating, and finding ways to adapt to climate change. As a response to the challenge, this ICC invites scholars and practitioners to disseminate their research results related to climate change, biodiversity, food security, and local knowledge. It is expected that the research and innovation implementation may become significant contribution to the society, including policymakers in their attempt to seek alternative to minimize the impact of these worldwide issues. Furthermore, we hope that the result of these studies can be used by universities and other education institutions as a starting point to provide public education regarding climate change topics. Although the thought we present at this conference may not bring dramatic and immediate change, we expect that the publication in reputable journal will hopefully leave an imprint for future generation to anticipate and adapt to environmental change. On this occasion, I represent Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba. Would like to express my gratitude and high appreciation to all of speakers, the Minister of Agriculture of Republic Indonesia as the keynote speaker and the guest speaker, Professor Makoto Koike. The Sumbanese call him Umbu Hahar. Dr. Jacqueline Fell, Dr. Jonathan Lassa, and Professor Siegfried Berhimpon for your contribution to various ideas about scientific resources related to climate change and nature. Likewise, I would like to thank all the participants who presenting your papers in this conference, and to all organizing committee who have arranged this conference. Thank you for the hard work so that this conference can be held properly. As a final remark, I would also express my gratitude to all leaders of universities and institutions, the member of Southeast Konsorsium, for giving Universitas Sumba the pride and honor to host the third international conference on climate change and culture in 2021. Hopefully, our collaboration will continue and bring significant impact to the development of science and technology, which will eventually improve people welfare. Finally, I'm delighted to invite you all to take part in this conference. Let us make the conference a grand success and enjoy the fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rektor, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to turn on your camera because we are going to take some photos. Mr. Ariel, you may lead us. Kami mengundang Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk mengaktifkan kamera, kita akan berfoto bersama.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take pictures. Please give your best smile in 1, 2, 3. Okay, the page 1 is done. Please be patient because we have 8 pages. It's almost 900 participants right now, so please be patient. The page 2, hold your smile, and 1, 2, 3, done. Page 3, 1, 2, 3, done. Page 4, 1, 2, 3, done. Page 5, 1, 2, 3. Page 6, 1, 2, 3. Page 7, 1, 2, 3. Now the final page. Okay, give your best smile, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's done. Yeah, it's about 800, almost 900. Thank you so much, and the chance I give back.
Thank you everyone for your best smiles. It's a wonderful conference for almost 900 participants, and we hope also to see you tomorrow on the second day of the conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Now we are moving on to the main agenda of the first day of this conference. The first agenda is the presentation of the keynote speaker, Menteri Pertanian Republik Indonesia, which is represented by Kepala Badan Penelitian dan Pengembangan Pertanian, Kementerian Pertanian Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Fajri Jufri, MSI.
Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana, Sumba, distinguished speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes to all. I am pleased to have Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana, Sumba, distinguished speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes to all. I am pleased to have given this opportunity to deliver the keynote address in 3rd International Conference on Climate Change and Culture 2021. But the conference, the theme climate change, biodiversity, food security, local knowledge, and very important and very timely to address. Firstly, we live in the era where there is a pressing need to adapt and improve agricultural management system to be climate resilient. By adapting, we also wish to also be able to contribute to greenhouse gas emission reduction, or better known as climate change mitigation. Climate change mitigation is important to ensure sustainable food production. Secondly, early next month, country will conference in Glasgow, United Kingdom for 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference. Hopefully, this conference will resonate a few important messages to climate change conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as one of the most vulnerable sector, climate change has been one of the biggest concerns in agricultural development. Climate change led to increasing concentration on greenhouse gas, mainly carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. These gases are responsible for increasing atmospheric temperature. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change predicted that without a deep cut in emission reduction, global average atmospheric temperature could be more than 2 degrees Celsius higher by the end of this century, compared to the pre-industrial era. That level of increase is not safe for most sectors because it is beyond the adaptive capacity of humankind. Ladies and gentlemen, being one of the most vulnerable sectors to climate change and being a sector responsible for sustaining food security, adaptation to climate change become the priority in agriculture sector. Adapting to climate change means improving the management system so that the production is not negatively affected by climate change and hazard weather extremes. Indonesia has been response to extremely high and prolonged through improvement of irrigation network, construction of water harvesting funds, and implementation of water efficiency management. Furthermore, in response to unpredictable weather due to climate change, the Minister of Agriculture has developed a program called Integrated Cropping Calendar Improvement System. ICCS is one of the most important innovation containing recommendation on planting date, cropping pattern, varieties, fertilization, distribution, and agriculture machinery. Currently, ICCS has broadened the range of the recommendation to warning of flood and drought-prone area and the areas susceptible to face infestation. The data of the integrated cropping calendar are updated through online monitoring of crop stages using CCTV, especially for paddy, Wilinjau, and Bali Island. With the information of standing crop, we can recommend what kind and how many and how much production facility must be prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, in the genetic improvement program, Indonesia has also developed drought and flood resistant crop varieties, salinity tolerant varieties, to respond to the rise of seawater level and pest and disease-tolerant varieties. With the time limit, it's impossible to mention development program and innovation in Indonesian agriculture. In summary, the majority of Indonesia agriculture development program are relevant with climate change adaptation and mitigation program. As the sector responsible for food security, all of those programs are destined for sustainable food security. Of all programs, also take into account maintenance of biodiversity and also combine the local knowledge with scientifically based on technology. So that's very relevant with this conference theme. In condition research, many of the projects are conducted in collaboration with other institutions, both nationally and internationally. In this opportunity, I would like to inform you that we welcome research and development collaboration related to climate change, food security, agricultural land mapping, and weather aspect of agriculture, as well as the interface between agriculture and other sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful and fruitful discussion. Thank you for attention. Enjoy your seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to say thank you to Bapak Dr. Insinyur Fajri Jufri for a wonderful presentation and powerful insights for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 10-minute break before we proceed to the next agenda. Please kindly stay at the Zoom meeting. You are allowed to turn off your camera during the break session. Bapak Ibu, kita akan jeda 10 menit. Mohon tidak meninggalkan Zoom meeting. Kita akan kembali bertemu setelah 10 menit untuk memulai sesi berikutnya, yaitu presentasi dari para invited speakers. Terima kasih.
Welcome to Sumba, sebuah pulau di bagian timur Indonesia yang terkenal karena kecantikan alam dan budayanya. Siapa yang tidak mengenal tenun ikat Sumba yang cantik? Semua juga tidak asing dengan keindahan padang sabana dan perbukitannya. Dan pasti semua juga tahu gagahnya kuda sandalwood. Semuanya itu hanya ada di Sumba. Salam hangat dari Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba. Dari sebuah kota di Sumba Timur bernama Waingapu, kami siap mengoptimalkan potensi yang dimiliki negeri seribu bukit ini.
Kalau ada yang bertanya, kenapa saya memilih Kristen? Kampus ini memberikan banyak sekali ruang untuk mengembangkan diri dan bertransformasi.
Beragam kegiatan kemahasiswaan di kampus ini membantu saya dan teman-teman untuk berani tampil menjadi diri sendiri. Nilai-nilai yang diajarkan di Universitas Sumba juga memotivasi saya untuk mengembangkan potensi yang saya miliki untuk membawa nama harum Pulau Sumba.
Keberagaman adalah yang menjadi salah satu alasan mengapa saya memilih kampus ini untuk berkuliah. Tidak ada eksklusivitas, agama, suku, maupun ras. Kami belajar toleransi untuk mewujudkan Sumba Timur yang lebih maju.
Saya sangat bersyukur karena pernah menjadi bagian dari Universitas Sumba, karena semangat entrepreneurship yang ditanamkan pada kami itu sangat melekat.
Sebagai alumni Universitas Sumba, kami sungguh merasakan bahwa alma mater sudah membentuk dan mempersiapkan kami untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin, baik untuk diri sendiri maupun untuk orang lain. Sebagai alumni tentunya kami sungguh menyadari bahwa nuansa kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, sudah kami rasakan semenjak kami di bangku kuliah.
Di kampus kami diajarkan semangat wirausaha yang kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Di mana bukan hanya sekedar perkuliahan saja, tapi ada juga beragam kegiatan mahasiswa yang semuanya itu memberikan kami ruang untuk berkembang. Dan menurut saya ini merupakan pengalaman yang tak ternilai harganya.
Dan saya bersama rekan-rekan alumni lainnya, kami bangga menjadi bagian dari alumni Universitas Sumba.
Universitas Sumba akan menempa Anda menjadi pemimpin yang kita. Pemimpin yang kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Dengan semangat kewirausahaan, Anda akan dipersiapkan menjadi calon-calon pemimpin dengan semangat entrepreneurs yang akan menjadi agen perubahan bagi masyarakat. Melalui sejumlah program studi yang relevan dengan potensi di Pulau Sumba, kami ajak untuk mengoptimalkan kekayaan di pulau ini. Mari kita secara bersama membangun Sumba, NTT, dan Indonesia.
Melalui semangat kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, kami hadir untuk mengajak Anda menjadi tenaga ahli kewirausahaan yang mandiri dan sinergistik untuk menjadi pelopor, motivator, dan dinamisator dalam proses transformasi masyarakat demi masa depan dan manapun.
Sumba Timurono. Iya, una pating idangu hamunya kau ruang ukikanu. Ai ambulla arumaru amba arunya. Iya, una nano murupato domu angu. Jaka ninggau kala kuru kudu maakanu. Jaka ninya nama wana unalihan biya linggau nu. Ka iye unahan na madangu angu. nala ia timuno ai talanga ia ramba wadunda ka ia unani angu hakau katana unadangu hamunya angu buhani angu militu anak aku hali dua kauno kapahia waduka anaila jawang.
Welcome to Sumba, sebuah pulau di bagian timur Indonesia yang terkenal karena kecantikan alam dan keunikan budayanya. Siapa yang tidak mengenal tenun ikat Sumba yang cantik? Semua juga tidak asing dengan keindahan padang sabana dan perbukitannya. Dan pasti semua juga tahu gagahnya kuda sandalwood. Semuanya itu hanya ada di Sumba. Salam hangat dari Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba. Dari sebuah kota di Sumba Timur bernama Waingapu, kami siap mengoptimalkan potensi yang dimiliki negeri seribu bukit ini.
Kalau ada yang bertanya, kenapa saya memilih Kristen, kampus ini memberikan banyak sekali ruang untuk mengembangkan diri dan bertransformasi.
Beragam kegiatan kemahasiswaan di kampus ini membantu saya dan teman-teman untuk berani tampil menjadi diri sendiri. Nilai-nilai yang diajarkan di Universitas Sumba juga memotivasi saya untuk mengembangkan potensi yang saya miliki untuk membawa nama harum Pulau Sumba.
Keberagaman adalah yang menjadi salah satu alasan mengapa saya memilih kampus ini untuk berkuliah. Tidak ada eksklusivitas, agama, suku, maupun ras. Kami belajar toleransi untuk mewujudkan Sumba Timur yang lebih maju.
Saya sangat bersyukur karena pernah menjadi bagian dari Universitas Sumba, karena semangat entrepreneurship yang ditanamkan pada kami itu sangat melekat.
Sebagai alumni Universitas Sumba, kami sungguh merasakan bahwa alma mater sudah membentuk dan mempersiapkan kami untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin, baik untuk diri sendiri maupun untuk orang lain. Sebagai alumni tentunya kami
Welcome to Sumba, sebuah pulau di bagian timur Indonesia yang terkenal karena kecantikan alam dan keunikan budayanya. Siapa yang tidak mengenal tenun ikat Sumba yang cantik? Semua juga tidak asing dengan keindahan padang sabana dan perbukitannya. Dan pasti semua juga tahu gagahnya kuda sandalwood. Semuanya itu hanya ada di Sumba. Salam hangat dari Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba. Dari sebuah kota di Sumba Timur bernama Waingapu, kami siap mengoptimalkan potensi yang dimiliki negeri seribu bukit ini.
Kalau ada yang bertanya, kenapa saya memilih Kristen, kampus ini memberikan banyak sekali ruang untuk mengembangkan diri dan bertransformasi.
Beragam kegiatan kemahasiswaan di kampus ini membantu saya dan teman-teman untuk berani tampil menjadi diri sendiri. Nilai-nilai yang diajarkan di Universitas Sumba juga memotivasi saya untuk mengembangkan potensi yang saya miliki untuk membawa nama harum Pulau Sumba.
Keberagaman adalah yang menjadi salah satu alasan mengapa saya memilih kampus ini untuk berkuliah. Tidak ada eksklusivitas, agama, suku, maupun ras. Kami belajar toleransi untuk mewujudkan Sumba Timur yang lebih maju.
Saya sangat bersyukur karena pernah menjadi bagian dari Universitas Sumba, karena semangat entrepreneurship yang ditanamkan pada kami itu sangat melekat.
Sebagai alumni Universitas Sumba, kami sungguh merasakan bahwa alma mater sudah membentuk dan mempersiapkan kami untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin, baik untuk diri sendiri maupun untuk orang lain. Sebagai alumni tentunya kami sungguh menyadari bahwa nuansa kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, sudah kami rasakan semenjak kami di bangku kuliah.
Di kampus kami diajarkan semangat wirausaha yang kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Di mana bukan hanya sekedar perkuliahan saja, tapi ada juga beragam kegiatan mahasiswa yang semuanya itu memberikan kami ruang untuk berkembang. Dan menurut saya ini merupakan pengalaman yang tak ternilai harganya.
Dan saya bersama rekan-rekan alumni lainnya, kami bangga menjadi bagian dari alumni Universitas Sumba.
Universitas Sumba akan menempa Anda menjadi pemimpin yang kita. Pemimpin yang kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Dengan semangat kewirausahaan, Anda akan dipersiapkan menjadi calon-calon pemimpin dengan semangat entrepreneurs yang akan menjadi agen perubahan bagi masyarakat. Melalui sejumlah program studi yang relevan dengan potensi di Pulau Sumba, kami ajak untuk mengoptimalkan kekayaan di pulau ini. Mari kita secara bersama membangun Sumba, NTT, dan Indonesia.
Melalui semangat kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, kami hadir untuk mengajak Anda menjadi tenaga ahli kewirausahaan yang mandiri dan sinergistik untuk menjadi pelopor, motivator, dan dinamisator dalam proses transformasi masyarakat demi masa depan bumi manapun.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will start our next agenda. For those who are just entered the Zoom meeting, it is a great honor to welcome you all to this conference. There are more than 800 participants today from all over the world, from various provinces and islands in Indonesia, from abroad, from Germany, Australia, Japan, Netherlands, and Timor-Leste. Welcome to Universitas Sumba. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please kindly be seated and prepared for the presentations of our distinguished invited speakers. To our moderator, Ibu Ita Priastiti, SPD MA, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Indri. Good afternoon from Sumba to ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ita Priastiti, and I will help guide the discussion for this afternoon, and I will be accompanied by Miss Jenny today. Welcome to our 4 distinguished invited speakers. The way we do it for the discussion for today, we will have the consecutive presentations from all of the 4 speakers. Each speakers will have around 20 minutes, but before each of you present your presentation, I would allow me around 1 or 2 minutes to give short introductions about you. And then when we finish all of your presentations, all 4 of you, it will be followed by a discussion sessions where maybe there are some participants who would like to ask questions. Okay. I think we are ready to start. For our first distinguished invited speakers, Dr. Engineer Jonathan Lassa, Master of Science, PhD from Charles Darwin University. He is a senior lecturer in humanitarian, emergency, and disaster management, and he currently teaches and supervises students on the interdisciplinary dimension of humanitarian emergency and disaster management at Charles Darwin University, Australia. His main research interest focuses on climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. And one of his prominent work is that through academic papers and consultancy work, he is promoting a new concept. It is called the Networked Ecosystems Approach, Humanitarian Studies and Disaster Risk Reduction. For today's paper, Dr. Lassa will have a paper entitled Locust and Climate Change, Implication on Sumba. So departed from the fact that Sumba Island in eastern Indonesia has continuously experienced several locust outbreaks in the last 25 years, today's presentation from Dr. Lassa will provide an overview of climate change and projection on Sumba Island. And this paper calls for more downscale climate change scenarios at the local level. I think I would give the time to Dr. Lassa. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Rector, and also Ibu Rambo for having me here, and thank you for the opportunity for me to share some of my work here. Is it possible for me to share my screen? All right. Very good. Yes. Yeah. Right. I hope everybody can see my screen by now.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So yeah, again, thank you everyone. Thank you for being here today. And I would like to talk a little bit about belalang in Bahasa. It's locusts, and more specifically, we are talking about migratory locusts that have been a problem for many places in the world, from Africa, but it's not only in Africa actually. I live in Australia, so we have also a lot of problems with locusts and or grasshopper, if you like. And I also grow crops at home, and so over the last 4 and 5 years, I have been also take the opportunity to look at the grasshopper that often eats, some of my crops. Yeah, so the topic is about how can we think about locusts in the context of climate change. And the question is, what is the implication for Sumba in general? Right. There are 3 parts in my presentation. So the first part is about the climate change projection for Sumba. I hope some of you who are still studying, please pay attention to this, because I think you can also generate the same data that I do now. Right, so this is the outcome of the analysis regarding the scenario for climate change. So this picture is often scary to some of the students who are not familiar with reading graphs. But yeah, stay with me. There are 2 types of graphs here. So the first one is temperature, or in Bahasa you call it suhu, or temperature. And the second type of the graph is precipitation or rainfall, hujan, curah hujan in Bahasa. So at the left-hand side, I tried to generate some of the data regarding the scenario for 2000. Let me see, 2050, 2070 changes in with the baseline of now. So I use the baseline of I forgot, it could be 1970 to 2000, or it's 1980 to 2000. And yeah, so basically we want to measure what kind of change or what level of changes in regards to temperature and also rainfall. And from the data you can see that when it comes to the temperature, it is very likely that under the worst scenario, Sumba, so if you live by today, it could be already during October and March, for example, the average temperature is already hitting above 28 Celsius. But if some of you stay and live until 2060, for example, by the time you will feel that it has been like 2 degrees hotter than today. So, but another scenario, like we call it RCP 6.0. So RCP is a little bit complicated for some of you, but basically these scenarios are based on the assumptions that we could probably fail totally to deal with, to reduce the CO2 emission, and that is the scenario of RCP 8.5. RCP 6.0 is a bit of optimism that we might be able to reduce some of the CO2 emission, but not necessarily add what we wanted, what we are desired to do, the ideal scenario. So I think it's good to start with the worst scenario and then a little bit worse scenario, just to be, just to inform what kind of possibility that the future might look like. So I think under these 2 scenarios, so overall there are 4 scenarios under the IPCC report after 2014. But it's not the good news. So the bad news is that any scenario suggests that there will be likelihood of an increase in temperature in Sumba. So, and we use especially me, I use Waingapu as a kind of proxy for overall Sumba. So there could be a bias here. And the second point here is the precipitation data suggests that the rainfall might be either the same or under one scenario, like the picture at the right-hand side at the upper end. It suggests that some of the rainfall scenario might be less. So imagine that some of Sumba villages, you got only 50 to 80 days of rainfall every year. Under this scenario, it suggests that maybe you will be having less number of days or less number of rainfall that you will experience, especially your kids and your grandkids in the next 30, 40, 50 years. And I try to use different scenario, and one of the scenario in here, so if you want to compare between 1970 to 2005 in comparison to 2081 and 2100, so some of us might not be living until this age. I think only a few privileged will live longer. But this is what you could imagine about your grandson or grandchildren or granddaughter in the next probably 80 years. What level of changes in terms of temperature could happen? So under the RCP 6, we predict, especially the model from the IPCC, suggests that the temperature could increase up to 3 degrees. So under the worst scenario, the RCP 8.5, the level of changes is actually worse because it could be higher than 3 to 5, 4 in general. So how do I do that data? Well, I'm not a climate scientist. And I'm not a great modeler. So I use the model, and we generate some of this model online now using this website from IPCC. I think it is also funded and co-hosted by the Dutch government. So if you are interested, you go to these websites and generate as many as you can. My ambition is, if Sumba is the only or the place that suffer very much from some of the problems, you guys need to know more about this and need to be more, you are the expert in Indonesia when we talk about this. So please play with some of these websites as well. Yeah, so we play a lot of scenarios and also try to compare, certain period over a longer time projection. So feel free. I think most of the projections suggest a very convincing scenario that either way we will experience more, hotter climate in Waingapo and Sumba in general. Now in the part 2, I will focus more on how do we understand so far about the risk of locust or grasshopper in the context of not only Sumba but overall globally, before we go back to Sumba in the part 3. This is the problem that we saw last year. So from Australia to Sumba to Africa, in many places, these farming communities try to cope with many risks all at the same time. So some of the farmers suffer from COVID-19 as everybody else around the world. But on top of that, you have locusts. In Sumba, you have flooding combining with, or flooding that is an outcome of this, tropical cyclones category 2 this year. In Africa, you also notice that problems. It's not only COVID, but it's locusts and also floodings. So some of these key features is pretty related, and some of these risks are not standalone. So you cannot handle, the plague of grasshopper while forgetting about the other type of risk. Because if you are sitting under local governments, your budget is limited and you have to pay attention to almost any problems that exist in your localities. So tackling locusts cannot be handled just by looking at locust itself, but it should be tied together with almost everything that is kind of a problem to the local communities. Some of these problems is you see that you would like to see that very often happen in the case of Sumba. Every at least in the last 25 years, we have been looking at this kind of case. So I used to work with NGOs. Used to be Oxfam field office, so we call it Yayasan Pikul. Back in the past, we tried to work with local communities and local NGOs in Sumba. And one of the things that we tried is we tried to understand. So we do research and looking at how local communities and local government deal with this. And I think you know better than me because you guys live in Sumba and how severe this problem were for many of you. So there is a kind of media framing that suggests that this event is kind of 10-year event. This kind of framing is sometimes misleading because very often it's not necessarily following these 10-year cycles. It could be, so if you look at the history of grasshopper in Sumba, from 97, it finally kind of could be controlled almost 10 years after. So throughout the first years of 21st century, Sumba has been under constant pressure dealing with this belalang. And if you look at the news from Max FM, for example, I like this website from Max. They provide very interesting, up-to-date information about what really happens in Sumba. And I like the picture here because it seems like the civilian disaster management system or the civilian biosecurity system is not enough to cope with the problems. So you need some sort of help from the military. And that is the reason why pig is. And if you notice what is actually being used, it is most probably insecticide or probably some chemicals being used to tackle or to control the outbreak of this locust. I'll probably just try to be quick here because of the time. So if you compare with international media framing, with the local media framing, the local media framing look at the locust as kind of the locust, just the animal. But some international media try to look at deeper, but this is not only the problem of locusts, but this is the problem of crops. But if you look at the issue deeper, it's also the problem of food security. But it's probably not only the food security, but this is one of the key features of climate change, that it will trigger more drought events, and these events will trigger some behavior of these animals, and then they will probably turn into pests and so on. In Australia, there is a systematic monitoring system that is being developed by central government and also local government. Something that I think we need to see that happen also in Sumba. So I expect UNCRIS Wina can start some kind of locust monitoring system together with local governments and try to build up a warning system for this. There are plenty of examples how this could be developed that we have seen from Africa to Australia as well. Now the part number 3, this is the final part. I hope I can finish that very soon. How these things happen. So this is pretty easy though. And if you have crops at home, you can actually try to observe. So during a big drought, so in 1997, there was a big El Nino. So El Nino often cause a very dramatic changes in the temperature. So you have very less rainfall in the tropics, like like in the case of Indonesia. But at the same time, you will also have some kind of prolonged droughts, or in Bahasa you call kekeringan. So very often, without long drought, without El Nino, we have locusts, but they didn't turn into kind of pests and multiply into the level of outbreak. Simply because you have natural predators that can eat them out. But during big droughts, one of the theories suggests that the drought kills some of these natural predators that in turn they could not actually eat the locust. So one mother of locusts could actually breed 150 locusts, and then they repeat all over again. And it took like it took like 2 weeks for them to from the egg into hatching and becoming like a small grasshopper. And it took like a small one grasshopper into 30 days to become like a very adult, and then could create trouble for your crops. So I write this paper 4 years ago, and I think I would like to turn it into a journal paper because I think there is not many, there is barely paper on locusts in Indonesia. So I think we hope people, colleagues from Sumba, especially Kristen, could encourage some of the lecturers and researchers to work more on this. So there are papers like written by Lekhoch and Sukirno, and it's already 22 years ago. So we don't have many. And if you want to see the impact of locusts on food production, especially crop production in Sumba, it was quite serious. You could see a lot of years where production was actually reduced to almost zero for some of them. So my screen is too small, so I cannot actually pinpoint exactly. But overall, you can see a kind of big gap between what is supposed to happen and if you are quite successful in mitigating the problems and what is actually really happened. There were big problems in the last 20 years. And I think nobody came up with sound calculations about the total economic losses because of this event. I think we need some economists, or at least people coming from agriculture to help calculating the big losses. So you could actually use the numbers and advocate to the governments, because we need to come up with new ideas on how to tackle this. Now, this is the conclusion. So my conclusion is that we need some sort of more downscale climate scenarios. And for that, we need some kind of proactive, collaborative, and adaptive government measure in order to come up with something that inform us about what is going to happen in the next 4 or 50 years. Or what's going to happen in the next at least 20 years to come. At the moment, Indonesia is quite keen of talking about 2045, 100 year of independence. You can ask the same questions. From now until 2045, how many events of pest attack, including grasshopper outbreak in Sumba, and how can we do that? How can we do about that? The second, I think, conclusion is you need to understand about the complex interplay between the locust and the other type of biosecurity risk, and how they interact with natural hazards. So natural hazards could include droughts, El Nino, cyclones, La Nina, and so on. But how can they also interact with other economic issues? So what I suggest is, under climate change, we need to be mindful about applying systemic approach in order to understand the problems and also provide some possible solutions. And this needs to be done in at the local level. And I think for the local university, we need to think about how can we create some kind of locally driven solutions. It's not necessarily the decision support system, because sometimes you need a lot of experts for this, but some kind of adaptive local decision support system that works for Sumba in general. And probably one last point is probably we need to stop spraying and start eating them. So we don't see them as pests, but we can actually look at them as a kind of nutritional sources. But on top of this, I think one last point, we have seen the possibilities of engaging with local communities in solving these problems. But the point is, the local governments must be able to monitor the risk, and you need to have some kind of rainfall predictions, because some of these problems came just a few days after so you have long period of droughts, and then suddenly you have the rainfall, and that is the time when suddenly you will have some wild reproduction of this animal. And sometimes if you fail to intervene in that kind of period, so a few days or a few weeks before the rainfall came, that is the point when we have to create incentive for local governments, or local government needs to create incentive for local communities in order to search and then destroy some of these potential. Otherwise, what you will get is, I mean, if you fail to do that, then you get a disaster, something that we have witnessed in the last 24 years. I think that is the end of my talk, and sorry if I take a lot of time from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lasa, for the eye-opening presentation. And if you don't mind, I think your last conclusion that really interests me. That's really interesting. As a matter of fact, actually, like probably 2 months ago, there were some locusts flew around my house, and some of my neighbors actually caught them and then fried them and ate them. So probably, wow. I hope this topic would invite interesting discussions for all of us today. Jadi Bapak Ibu, I invite you, for you who has some questions probably for Dr. Lasa yang punya pertanyaan untuk topik yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Lasa pada sore hari ini, silakan Bapak Ibu nanti tulis di chat dan kita akan diskusikan nanti di akhir. We will discuss your questions on Dr. Lasa's presentation by the end of when all of the speakers have presented their papers. Once again, thank you, Dr. Lasa. We will move on to the, like I said before, we will do this consecutively. So the first invited speakers has been Dr. Lasa, and then we said thank you very much for your interesting and eye-opening presentations. The second invited speakers would be Professor Makoto Koike. He is a cultural anthropologist from Momoyama Gakuin University, Japan. His educational background, he got his doctoral course in social anthropology, and then he obtained his PhD in social anthropology. He is now a professor of cultural anthropology at Faculty of International Studies and Liberal Arts at Momoyama Gakuin University. His main research mostly related to local wisdom, and then history, culture, the relationship between society and the local culture, and the prominent publication from Professor Koike related to Sumba was published in 2005, 2006, and 2019. And for today's paper, Professor Koike would present a paper entitled Local Knowledge for Disaster Risk Reduction, Lesson Learned from Disasters in Japan. Through this paper, he aims to tackle two questions from the perspective of anthropology. The first question would be, what kind of local knowledge can contribute to disaster risk reduction in Japan? And the second question, how can the lessons learned from Japan be adapted to disaster risk reduction in Bali and Sumba? I will invite Professor Koike. The time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for Ibu Ita. My name is Makoto Koike. So now I'm show you my PowerPoint. Okay. And wait a moment. Okay. Can you watch this PowerPoint? Is it okay?
Yes, it's fine, Prof.
Yeah. So my name is Makoto. And if Ita introduce myself, I teach anthropology at Momoyama Gakuin University in Osaka, Japan. And so I'm a Japanese anthropologist. I did research in East Sumba. I researched since 1985. And at the time, I was given Sumbanese name Umbu Hahar because I did research in Hahar district. So my name is, so usually in Sumba, because especially in East Sumba, I was called Umbu Hahar. Yeah. So today I talk about disaster risk reduction. And I made two questions from the perspective of anthropology. First, what kind of local knowledge can contribute to disaster risk reduction in Japan? And second, how can those lessons learned from Japan be adapted to disaster risk reduction in Indonesia? And maybe just I mentioned about Sumba. So disaster risk reduction, local knowledge. So everyone knows Great East Japan earthquake 10 years ago. And this earthquake and tsunami following caused heavy casualty in the Tohoku area, Japan. Yeah, and now I show you some video. Just the first part.
All across northern Japan, they felt it. A violent magnitude 9.0 earthquake on March 11, 2011. It was centered about 80 miles offshore, and tsunami warnings went up immediately. In coastal cities, people knew what to do next: run to higher ground. It's from these vantage points on hills and in tall buildings that incredible footage was captured. In Kesanuma, people retreated to a high-rise rooftop and could only watch in horror as tsunami waves inundated their city, knocking buildings into rubble and mixing into a kind of tsunami soup filled with vehicles, building parts, and contents. Seawater cascaded over sea walls and into cities. This video shows the water rushing over an 18-foot seawall into Kamaishi City. The seawall here was the world's deepest and largest, but not enough for the magnitude of the March 11 disaster. It was the largest quake ever known in Japan, and one of the 5 largest recorded in the world. More than 28,000 people are confirmed dead or missing.
Okay,
when two tectonic
maybe if you watch this video reminds you of tsunami in Aceh, a big tsunami and a disastrous tsunami in Aceh. And after that, this picture shows the construction seawall in Tohoku area, from 9 to 16 meters high. So this kind of big construction is a symbol of human endeavor to against the natural gigantic power. I'm still wondering if there are any other way to risk reduction to live with nature, not fight against nature. Next slide. This picture shows the monument of tsunami in Onagawa town, Miyagi prefecture. The purpose of the 20 monument is to protect the lives of 1,000 years after the tsunami, not only now, but also for the future generations. And this picture shows the third United Nations World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai. And this conference adopted the Sendai Framework for disaster risk reduction for 2015 and 2013. The framework focused on 4 priorities for action. Priority 1 is understanding disaster risk at national and local levels. One of the 50 points concerning priority 1 is as follows: to ensure the use of traditional, indigenous, and local knowledge and practices. And now everyone discuss local knowledge, and local knowledge and SDGs are very important for disaster risk reduction. Yeah. So now I think of what is local knowledge. This sentence from local and indigenous knowledge system links from UNESCO site. Local and indigenous knowledge refer to the understanding, skills, and philosophy developed by societies with long histories of interaction with their natural surroundings. So I think this kind of explanation covered too broad and too ambiguous. So I think of 2 types of local knowledge. To make the discussion clearer, local knowledge should be divided into 2 levels, ideological and practical. The first, ideological local knowledge, is similar to cosmology or worldview, which are related to religion and ritual. And second, practical knowledge is what has been formed through everyday interaction with the natural environment and passed on from generation to generation. So I discuss local knowledge in Japan. Because I am a Japanese anthropologist, so I introduced you about ideological and practical local knowledge in Japan. Ideological local knowledge inherited for centuries is closely related to the Japanese indigenous religion Shinto. Shinto means the way of the deities. Numerous kami. Kami means deities, described figuratively as 8 million different deities are worshipped in Shinto shrines all over Japan. Because Shinto emphasizes harmonious relations between nature, kami, deities, and human beings, the attitude toward nature are relevant to matter of environmental preservation. So this picture shows Ise Jingu. Ise Jingu is one of the most famous shrine in Japan. The Shinto shrine where sun goddess, whose name is Amaterasu, one of the ancestors of the imperial family, is enshrined. The Jingu and other shrines are surrounded by the sacred forest. So, left picture shows the shrine is one of the shrine in Ise Jingu. Maybe somebody's people watch this picture. Oh, this shrine looks like ancestral house in Sumba, Umamarapu in Sumba. Yeah. And I discussed the location of shrine in Tohoku. Many shrines are located in Tohoku coastal area, where the catastrophic tsunami damaged seriously the communities. And research revealed that the majority of shrines escaped from the tsunami disaster. Based on the practical local knowledge, they have been built on elevated land for centuries. Because the location is shown to be relatively safe, today it is expected that there will be shelter for future refugees. This is a remarkable case in which the Shinto belief contributes to the capability of the disaster risk reduction. And I discussed one case study, the location of shrine and the tsunami disaster. So, wait a moment. Yeah. So red zone was damaged by tsunami in this area. And relatively new settlements were damaged by tsunami, and old settlements are safety, not damaged by tsunami. And Kamisaka Clan Kumano Shrine also not damaged by tsunami. So shrine is located on the safety place. Yeah. And I discussed the development against the ideological and practical local knowledge. Contrary to the Shinto ideology, in the industrialization process has led to destruction of nature since the Meiji Restoration in 1868, especially during the period of economic growth in the 1960s and 1970s. The increasing population caused a rapid expansion of settlement area. Residential area built on the hillside and at the top of at the foot of mountains are vulnerable to landslides. At the time, developer and local government never paid attention to practical local knowledge inherited intergenerationally. So Hiroshima, this picture shows Hiroshima landslides. So this area damaged by landslides, also this area. Following torrential rain in a single day, several landslides were triggered near mountain in the city of Hiroshima in 2014. 74 people were reported dead. So now I discuss oral tradition of snake or dragon in Hiroshima. Legends concerned with snake or dragon were told in the area where the landslide occurred. Also, a place name including word snake is found in the archives. According to historian Isoda, these legendary animals relate the past cases of landslides. Practical local knowledge about past natural disaster embedded in place name and oral tradition should be used to prepare for upcoming natural disasters. So this is a short summary of the first part of my presentation, lesson learned from Japan. In Japan, the central and the local governments have invested the disaster risk prevention and reduction through structural measures, which are essential to enhance economic and social resilience. Building seawalls against tsunami in Tohoku is just an example. In addition to these government strategies, efforts based on the practical local knowledge are necessary among communities. Place names and oral traditions should be investigated for disaster risk reduction. Also, severe casualty of past natural disasters have been memorized as a monument and documented so that they can be inherited to future generations. And maybe time is just a short. I just mentioned just a part of a local knowledge in Bali. Hitakarana philosophy. In 2012, the cultural landscape Bali province, the Subak system as a manifestation to Hitakarana philosophy was inscribed on the World Heritage List. So, as the Japanese Shinto idea, it shows the cosmology highlighting balance of human being and environments. But contrary to Hitakarana philosophy, the rapid increasing number of hotels and facilities due to the large number of tourists visiting the island of gods has caused serious environmental problems, one of which is the water crisis. The development of mass tourism has increased demand in water that island cannot supply. Yeah, but maybe the situation has changed because of pandemic. But after pandemic, again, a lot of tourists will visit Bali. So, and another natural hazard is the eruption of Mount Agung. Yes. So the eruption in 1963 caused a catastrophe, killing at least 1,500 people. Yeah. And now I discuss the local knowledge in Sumba. Ideological and local knowledge and Marapu. Sumbani ideological local knowledge is closely related to the indigenous belief in Marapu. Marapu means ancestral spirits and other deities. I think the concept of Marapu resembles Japanese kami, Japanese deities. Ideas of environmental protection are based on the Marapu belief. For example, it prescribes that light water should be performed at wastewater spring, where the foreigners ask for clean water and express their gratitude to Marapu. But now I know the decline of the Marapu belief. Since the 1980s, when I did research in East Sumba, the number of the Marapu followers have decreased drastically. Although old age villagers still believe in Marapu, most of young generation, now students in Kristen, have converted to Christianity. It's okay, but yeah. Because the Marapu foreigners have been marginalized and stigmatized as a primitive or out of time in Bahasa Indonesia Ketinggalan Zaman. So their knowledge and wisdom have been disregarded in terms of disaster risk reduction as well as rural development. And marginalization of the Sumbanese. Since 2000, the process of marginalization of the Sumbanese villagers themselves have been remarkable. They have suffered from pressure of expanding agro-industry and enclosure of coastal strip for tourism sector. Maybe Professor Jacqueline Feld mentioned this kind of problem. Probably agro-industry will bring about problems of a serious shortage and pollution of river water. And this shows development large-scale plantation in East Sumba. But now I know the launch of Festival Waifumba, Sumba Water Festival, responding to this serious and widespread difficulty. Local NGOs collaborating with Sumbani religious spirits and community leaders launched Festival Waifumba in 2012. This is a liberalization movement appealing for the importance of sustainable development based on Sumbanese local knowledge. In Bahasa Indonesia, Kearifan Lokal. The festival attempts to regenerate the Sumbanese ideological and practical local knowledge. And this picture shows the main banner of the 5th Festival Waifumba in 2016. This is a very, very strong message. We are not Sumba people who are disappearing. Kami bukan Humba yang menuju kemusnahan. This is a very important message. And importance of Pahomba. Sorry, I don't have any picture of Pahomba. The Pahomba is a kind of ritual shrine. The important ritual and sacred site called Pahomba in East Sumba has been reconsidered to protect natural environments in terms of prohibition of burning fields and conservation of river water. The Sumbani word Pahomba is part of Marapu ritual system. According to Foss, who researched Lindi, it is forbidden to open fields or settlement near the Pahomba shrine. And now I discuss practical local knowledge in Sumba. The Sumbani society should prepare for the upcoming natural disasters such as cyclone. It's a big cyclone in this year, and drought, earthquake, and tsunami. The global climate change has highlighted the risk of both severe drought and flood, and also attack of locust. Yeah. However, the concern for practical local knowledge has not prevailed yet among the Sumbanese. Focusing on tsunami, I discussed the importance and applicability of practical local knowledge. And I mentioned risk of tsunami in Sumba. A large earthquake with a magnitude 8.3 occurred off the southwest coast of Sumba Island on 1977. It caused a large tsunami. And tsunami heights in Waingapu 1.1 meter and Letelua, Sumba Baradaya 5.5 meter. And now maybe not many people don't remember this tsunami. Memories of the past tsunami have not been inherited to young generation, like a student in Universitas and other students. Memories and written documents of past natural disasters are necessary to conduct disaster risk reduction training for both children, students, and adults and old people in Sumba. Stopo Nugroho, a director of information of BNPB, said local wisdom means people-to-people communication because disaster mitigation is from people to people. It means local knowledge among communities is very important for disaster risk reduction. So this is my tentative conclusion. As the cases in Japan and Bali showed clearly, the ideological local knowledge itself cannot prevent any environmental degradation because government, Japanese government and Indonesian government, central government have always prioritized economic development. I think it is more important to utilize practical local knowledge based on memories and oral tradition concerning natural disasters such as earthquake, tsunami, floods that occurred in the area. So I think everyone in Waingapu don't forget the cyclone disaster in this year. This is my hope to Sumbanese people. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Makoto Koik. My apology for mispronouncing your name earlier. And I was told that you would prefer to be called Umbuhahar. So yeah, thank you very much, Umbuhahar, for your insightful presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, what have been delivered by Umbuhahar here, it was about how to use the local wisdom to prevent or maybe to minimize the risk of the disaster. Jadi untuk bagaimana menggunakan kearifan lokal begitu ya untuk meminimalisir atau bahkan untuk mitigasi bencana. Itu adalah inti dari presentasi dari Profesor Makoto pada sore hari ini. Once again, thank you, Professor Makoto or Umbuhahar. I will proceed to the next invited speakers. I will invite Professor Dr. Engineer Siegfried Berhimpon, Master of Science, Master of Applied of Science from Wacana Kristen University and Samratulangi University. My apology, Professor, if I mispronounce your name. So, concerning that biodiversity plays an essential role in providing food security, today's Professor Berhimpon's paper would entitle Marine Biodiversity and Food Security. It will examine the contribution to food security, and it will also discusses two emerging issues related to biodiversity and food security, which are microplastic and exotic functional seafood. So to Professor Siegfried Berhimpon, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello. How about my PowerPoint is clear and my sound is clear?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly, Professor, and we can also see your slides very perfectly. You may go on.
Moderator and all ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present this paper titled Marine Biodiversity and Food Security. I'm pleased to attend and also to present this paper in this conference. And I'm sorry I don't have any experiences in Sumba, and I don't have data about the biodiversity in Sumba. But I contacted by Wacana Kristen University since 2 years ago, but unfortunately because of the COVID, so until now I still work from Manado. So very sorry that I don't have any research in Kupang or in Sumba. What is biodiversity? Because this also attended by the students, many students, so I still need to explain biodiversity. It's the full range of the variety and variability within the among living organisms and the ecological complexes in which they occur or they live. This encompasses three diversity, that's genetics, species, and ecosystem diversities. Consider. And what's food security? According to United Nations, food security is the state of where all people at all times have physical, social, and economic accesses to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meet their food preferences and dietary needs for an active and healthy life. So, what food summit also have the same definition. A household has food security if all members of the family are not in a state of hunger or are not haunted by the threat of hunger. So we can say that all people access at all times to the sufficient food for the healthy life. We have to change in our mind that food mean nutritious food and not just about the rice or corn, because in developing countries, all people for the food security, they just thinking about the rice, corn, just for how against the hunger. Approximately 250,000 to 300,000 are edible plant species, and animal provide about 30% of human recruitment for food and agriculture. More than 20,000 species are used for medical purposes. And from the world mammals, there's about 5,490. There are many species that will be extinct. And there's about 78. and 188 is in critical endangerment, and 540 is endangered, and 492 is vulnerable. We can see here, there's the data from Atlantic, Northeast Atlantic. There's a lot of the species. This is about 30%, 37% endangered species, and about 45% critically endangered, and about 76% that's vulnerable. So the example in the North Atlantic, and in our Pacific, I couldn't have any data, but the figure I think the same or more higher than in Atlantic. What production we can see here? There's from about 7 decades. There's increase significantly. There's increase very sharp, and but about 33 decades. There's for the catching. There's stagnant and trend to decrease. Trend to decrease, and aquaculture now have roles to fulfill our animal food, animal marine food. So we can see here it still increase, and by modeling we can see that until 2023, there's still increase, but for the capture, it's trend to decrease. They put it stagnant, but we can heard everywhere there's news about overfishing and many disaster in the marine organism. We can see here the fishing by catch kill significant figure for the turtle and shark and also whales. And there are 3 methods of catch of fish, 3 equipment, fishing equipment. There's a long line. There's kill many shark. There's endangered shark like martel shark, and then troll. There's Indonesia in somewhere already prohibited, and gillnet and gillnet. These 3 equipment are still used to catch the fish and marine animal in even in Indonesia. And also not only fish, but also bird, seabird, that's killed by the sea equipment. There's long line and also gillnet and troll. Challenge to biodiversity, we can identify there's first increase in human population. We need food. And now the trend of the human, there's increasing in the healthy food. There's healthy food, so that means food from the sea or seafood. And then second, the pollution and disease, habitat loss or degradation of the habitat, introduction of the invasive alien species, and then over-exploitation of natural resources, global climate change we're talking about, Lasa already talked about the climate change and the impact on the locust in Sumba, energy crisis, and international trade of game spaces. That still happen in our modern world until now. We can see it from the top global challenges. There's climate change, the first, because about mostly 70%, and then lack of the food, water, and housing. We can see biodiversity loss. This I underline or I circle the over exploitation. Well, this happen even not only by big industry, but also by artisanal fisheries. Climate change and biodiversity, we can see how climate change affects this interaction between the many factors. This make change in the biodiversity. You can see acidity of the ocean because this also the increase the CO2, carbon dioxide in the sea. So the effect like coral bleaching and increase in pH of the acidification of the seawater, and many impact of the climate change, and all will affect the biodiversity and change biodiversity in the short time. You can see here from this graph how the marine species, these terrestrial species, decline very sharp, just only in the about 10 years. This very fast, very we can say it's beginning of disaster. Global consequences in food insecurity. We can now every 5 seconds a child below 10 years is dies because of the hunger. Every day 20,000 people is die from hunger, and over 1 billion people are gravely on permanently under malnutrition or under malnutrition. The importance of the biodiversity, the biodiversity plays an essential role in providing food security. We can see here, we have to protect the biodiversity. We have experience, I have experience in North Sulawesi. There are projects from USA about 5 years, and we established MPA, Marine Protected Area, in 3 places. But after the project finished, there's the people back to basic. And also in the right side, we can see the prioritization framework, because in fact, especially in developing countries like Indonesia, interest stronger than needs. So the pressure from the industry, or because the interest of the government or company is straight for the food security, because the biodiversity will be decreased and food security become decreased also. Although biodiversity underpin to support the modern aquaculture and development of the contemporary production system, has resulted in intensive land conservation and biodiversity loss. You can see here, the same as the figure before, coastal pollution, habitat for wild animal loss, ocean acidification, like I say before, and habitat loss, invasive of the alien species, over exploitation, and so on. But the natural, nutritional and livelihood benefit of the first production system is one way to achieve the food security. I think this is just one way how to achieve the food security, especially for the healthy food. Cicero described 5 core values of human placed on the biodiversity. The first is economics. Biodiversity provides humans with raw material for consumption and production. Many livelihoods, such as those of farmers, fishermen, and timber workers, are dependent on the biodiversity. You can see here artisanal fisheries. People very depend. The poor, mostly the poor people, depend on their catch. Even the big industry, they have a big value, but also depend on the biodiversity. Because now fish stock now getting decreased. The second one, ecological life support. This biodiversity provides a functional ecosystem that supply oxygen, clean air, and clean water, pollination, and so on. You can see here how supply of oxygen and reduce carbon dioxide from the air. This by algae, microalgae. This contribute very high percent. How much oxygen come from the ocean? This at least half of the Earth oxygen comes from ocean. Yes, we have to protect our ocean for the next generation. Scientists estimate that 50 to 80% of the oxygen production on the Earth come from the ocean. This data from NOAA. The majority of this production is from oceanic plankton, drifting plants, algae, and some bacteria. This bacteria can photosynthesize. one particular species of the bacteria that's called Prochlorococcus is the smallest photosynthesized organism on the earth, but little bacteria produce up to 20% of the oxygen in our entire biosphere. That's a higher percentage than all of the tropical rainforests or land combined. By climate change, Mr. Jonathan already have the figure. For the next about 30 years, this the temperature will increase up to, I don't wrong, this up to 8 degree. This very dangerous. There are no research yet about how the impact on the Prochlorococcus, the small bacteria. Because if the small bacteria also influence, that's disaster for our planet. This the bacteria, Prochlorococcus. This are popular. Many you can search in the Googles. The second and the third one, recreation. Many creatures. These were popular for diving, for fishing, and so on. You can see this how beautiful underwater we can see for diving, for diver, is and recreation or marine ecotourism. This become the biggest, one of the biggest industries in the world. But unfortunately, for the going to 2 years because of COVID, the tourism industry is going down. We hope for the next time, maybe next year or next 2 years, the tourism business will be recovering. This fourth one, cultural. Cultural is close connected to biodiversity. I give in here the example. There's a local wisdom, have a strong relationship and obligation to biodiversity. It's arising from spiritual belief about the animals and plants. I give the example because in North Sulawesi, in close to my place, there are island called Kokorotan. That's in the border with the Philippines. Because the people conserve the area, island, and they catch together just using the coconut leaf, young coconut leaf, and this called manee. Manee. This is one of the example seen in Sumba. There are many the local wisdom like this in Ambon, in Moluccos, and also in many places. And fifth, scientific. Biodiversity represent wealth and systematic ecological data. You can see we can interpret from the fossil or from the organism we found about our Earth. How does fisheries contribute to food security? Fish, including seafood, provide 20 to 60% of the total animal protein consumption. Fish include seafood, have an important role in the food security of the Southeast Asia countries in providing a supply of nutritious food, which include protein, essential amino acid, fish oil, and essential macronutrient. These some benefit of the seafood, high quality of the fish protein, mostly the same as the quality of the eggs, low carbohydrate, high in fatty acid, PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acid, source of vitamins, source of essential trace element, mineral or trace element. We can see in the trophic level from the primary producer, that's from phytoplankton up to the top carnivores. This the cycle. Maybe we can discuss later. Food security, these are 4 dimensions. One, availability of the food, and then access of the food. So availability, what we're talking about the available of the food in the certain place, and the access of the food, accessibility. That's how the people can access the food, even though they are food. But if they don't have money, they poor, for the poor people, they cannot access the food. And food utilization, this include in here how to prepare the food, how to reduce the waste from the food, because in Indonesia it's very, very high. The loss food waste from the restaurant, from the, even in the household, in our home, we can see in the party and so on. That's very different. I see in the developed country, in Australia, in Japan, the waste from the food is very low, not like in developing countries, for example, Indonesia. Marine food security, 10% of the world population depend on the ocean. You can see here, there are 2 marine food security. In the right, direct, because all people in here, this depend on the biodiversity. Because of diet, they need food, they need fish for eat. And in the, so this diet to fulfill their needs, and we call this subsistence, because most of the people here just catching the fish for the food. And then in the left side, you can see the big company operate catching the lot fish, even the endangered fish, and they depend on the stock, marine stock. All this affected by the how we maintenance the biodiversity to get the, we call now sustainable fisheries, sustainable biodiversity. Coastal ecosystem and communities that really upon them is facing extremely challenges, increase in the ocean pollution, loss habitat, ocean warming, change in ocean production. 2 emerging issues I would like to discuss in here. One, the microplastic now microplastic become very dangerous and will treat our life, especially for the next generation. We can see from the food safety, human health, and food security. There's availability of the safety and healthy food. How can we eat the food? Maybe no influence in the taste, and maybe we don't know. But the microplastic, that's microplastics defined by the plastic particle of plastic that's less than 5 millimeters, so quite big. This can enter the fish. Fish can eat the bird, because one found in the fish not just microplastic but plastic bag. We can found in the intestine of the fish. This all will threat our life for the next generation. Indonesia is the second largest of the contributor of plastic pollutant after China. We contribute about 0.48 to 1.29 million metric tons plastic a year. So it's quite big. Microplastics are the table salt, are now in table salt. The food we eat, we can see here the number of microplastic we just throw out, and very hard to digest the microplastic. They take about 100 up to 200,000. And after they digest, and then they go to the water body, the sea. So will easy to go to plankton and directly to the life cycle of the animal and also plant in the sea or ocean. Another emerging issues that's quite good, because I talking about the exotic and functional food. I heard from the Mr. Jonathan that's a locust to eat. That's right, because locust is become the exotic and functional food. What's the functional food? European Commission define functional foods as a food product is considered functional if it, together with the basic nutrition, exert in beneficial effect on one or more function in human, thereby improving condition, general and physical condition, and or reduce the risk of the developing disease. So a functional food is the food that has the same appearance as conventional food, consumed as a part of the regular diet, and is able to show beneficial physiological abilities and or reduce the risk of the chronic disease better than basic nutritional function. Let's see, for example.
Pardon me, Professor. I'm afraid we are running out of time.
Jadi, the example, the seaweeds, like from the cholera, this very high in iodine, and shellfish, like oyster, prawn, etc. Exotic functional food, why and what and why? Again, the high quality of the protein, so contains a lot of the specific protein like albumin, globulin, and have digestibility like biological value, NPU, net protein utilization is very high, almost equivalent to eggs. You can, I will share this material. And the second one, low carbohydrate, high dietary fiber. That's good for our healthy digestive from the seaweeds. Contain high fatty acid, PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acid. We now know the EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, and docosahexaenoic. They're in the capsule, mostly from Alaska, Canada. They prevent accumulation of platelets, thereby preventing thrombocyte for our heart, and also increase inflammatory response of our body immunity. The fourth source of vitamin, there's a lot of vitamin. And third source of mineral, there's a lot of mineral. There's a mineral, especially in the trace mineral, that's about the cofactor. The cofactor for enzyme and hormone, because enzyme without cofactor, that's mostly the mineral, can active. So they need a cofactor. That's why after you eat the many seafood, this functional seafood, that you feel very fitness, feel very enjoy, and because there are a component in the seafood, especially in the exotic one. Like this, we can see in the picture. There's an important macro mineral. You can, I can, because time already finished. There are 9. They are all the macro mineral. There are a lot in seafood and include the seaweeds. For example, pufferfish, fugu, ikan buntal, delicious, tasty, and also consumed in everywhere. But in Indonesia, there's many people, even in the fishermen, they know how to eat the pufferfish, but not much people know about how delicious the pufferfish. So we have to socialize like this, and then also boxfish, sakapeti. Those is high in albumin and so on, especially to increase our immunity. Now we need to against the COVID. Mosquito libalo, that's in Korea is very popular. In here in Mangrove, we can catch in mangrove. We can culture, rich in albumin, skatefish, pari, and then seahorse, tortuga. This eating seahorse keep that 80 years old granddaddy become young. This is very, very famous, the seahorse. In Vietnam, they are put in alcohol and commercially they sell. So look, there are two seahorse inside. But in Indonesia, we just maybe we exported just the dry seahorse. And in the restaurant in a big city like in Hong Kong, we can found how in Japan, Vietnam, they eat the seahorse, parrotfish, and more exotic. If this is just appearance, and then penis fish in Podu. It's penis fish because look like a penis. There's a habitat in the sand. There's like you see, and many in Indonesia, many in the coral reef, especially the dead coral reef. There's a lot. In Korea, this is usually sashimi for sashimi, but unfortunately in Indonesia, we don't have a menu for this one. Should be become a good menu in restaurant or in Indonesia because we have a lot. In Sumba, they are called nyale. There are people party to welcome the rainy season. There's called pasola dance because this a lot like a blooming of the penis fish. Octopus gurita. We have a lot also in the coral reef. We can culture. In Korea, octopus eaten alive. You can see in this eaten alive. It's very good. Eat alive octopus. It's very attractive. And they believe that they have make a strong. People become strong. I don't know. You have to try and you have a good benefit. So I have a lot, but the time is very limited, and our biodiversity, our food, and our health. Thank you very much. I back to moderator. Hello.
Yes, okay, my part. Thank you, Professor, for the very insightful and powerful presentations about food. So I think, yeah, I hope that this will also invite some questions or for us to discuss with the participants later on, because I would say that food is maybe the only universal thing that really has the power to bring people together. So yeah, thank you once again to Professor Sigrid Berhimpon. Our last invited speakers would be Dr. Engineer Jacqueline A.C. Well, PhD. She's from Leiden University in the Netherlands. She's a senior researcher at the Van Vollenhoven Institute of Leiden Law School. And for today's paper, she would discuss how the combination of climate change and the expansion of capitalist agro-industries affect the natural resource base on which the community's economy depends. I would invite Dr. Well. Time is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me? I would like to ask assistance for showing my slides. I sent them to the organization.
Okay, Pa Ariel, would you mind helping Dr. Well for the slides, please?
Of course. On progress.
Thank you.
In the meantime, I can express my thanks to the other speakers for their excellent introductions. I learned a lot, and also Pa Siegfried's lecture made me a little bit hungry already, seeing all the fish. So I hope all the audience can still masih bisa tahan ya. So I'm the last speaker, and it's already late in your area. Okay, thank you very much, and good morning. In the Netherlands, at my home, it is 10 o'clock in the morning now. Or selamat sore, or depending on where you are, good evening in Australia, perhaps. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to speak here in this first international conference organized by Kristina. I feel strong ties with Sumba because of my work and research on this island for nearly 40 years. And also because of the friends and colleagues who have always been my discussion partners about developments happening in Sumba. In this presentation, the organizing committee invited me to speak about the theme of the conference from the perspective of my research on agrarian change, food security, and the local economy, and particularly in Sumba. And in this presentation, I would like to show the connection between climate change and other change factors and how the mix of these factors affects food security in rural Sumba. So it's about the mix of all these factors. Next, please. The four themes of the conference all refer to distinct bodies of academic literature, and we will probably see in the papers presented in this conference that it is common to write about just one of the themes, or at most two. That also corresponds with academic disciplines and expertise. For example, climate change for the geoscientists, biodiversity for the biologists, and local knowledge for the social scientists. I think it's a great challenge for all attending this conference to cross the boundaries and see the interfaces between the four themes. Click, please. Next. Yeah. So if we do not start from academia, but instead from situations on the ground, the combination of climate change, biodiversity, food security, and local knowledge is much more self-evident. In daily life in the villages, where farmers and fishermen try to make a living from the land or the sea, all are prime issues. Therefore, I would like to center my presentation on some findings of the empirical research Stefanus Makambombu and I did on agrarian change, household vulnerability, and food security in East Sumba. Next, please. Yeah. So I think I only want to show with this slide that we should be aware of what is seen as the main climate change problem and who or what is causing it. Climate change is, of course, a global problem to which we all contribute in the Netherlands, in Australia, Japan, or Indonesia. And some contribute more than others. On a global scale, climate change is mostly discussed as a problem of rising temperatures, both on land and in the sea. But instead of addressing human behavior, like that we use too much fossil fuel, or that we are producing and using plastic too much as the cause of climate change, the discussions often become technical and focus, for example, on greenhouse gas emissions. But we can also discuss climate change from the perspective of the area where we live and the problems it brings there and what can be done about it. Next, please. The authors of this recently published book on climate change in Indonesia identify several concrete impacts that are associated with climate change. But I don't think I have to explain this because Maclon has already mentioned this and Jonathan Lassa has explained about the connection between climate change and the locusts. And Sigrid very clearly explained about declining biodiversity. So the next question is now, how do these climate change impacts influence food security? And are these impacts always negative? For the case of Sumba, I will highlight some examples. Next, please. Food security, this was also already explained by Sigrid in the previous lecture. But I would like to show, point attention to the map that you see on the right. That is the product of measuring the extent of food security or vulnerability to food insecurity, which involves many factors. On the right hand, you see this map from the World Food Programme's Food Security Atlas for Entité Province of 2015. And green means relatively food secure, whereas pink or red refers to high extent of food insecurity. But when I see this map, I wonder whether the conclusions indicated in the colors on this map really correspond with the experiences of the people living on the ground. Is East Sumba indeed relatively food secure? And if so, what is the mechanism behind that? Could it be related to the way in which the population has learned to deal with seasonal hunger periods? So that brings me to the theme of local knowledge, which Professor Makoto already explained about. And I very much like the distinction between ideological and practical local knowledge he put forward. So knowledge, in practical sense, local knowledge is about the knowledge and rules on how to live and survive as a community in the local environment and climate. And when I did my research for my PhD back in the 1980s, I tried to understand this local knowledge complex in central Sumba and found that it was a specific community economy, which I call the UMA economy, after the basic unit of the community social organization, the house. As most of you know, the UMA stands for a lineage, a kinship-based group of which the members provide mutual assistance in times of trouble and shortage. And that is a really strong mechanism for coping with crises like food shortage, connecting rich and poor and members in various microclimate zones on the island. When in one area there is a shortage, relatives in other parts of the island can provide help. And crucial for the communities is their natural resource base in their ancestral villages. Biodiversity in the community base allows for a large extent of food sovereignty, also for the community members living in town. Relatives in the village grow rice and maize and vegetables and dry fish and collect forest products. And they share part of it with their urban relatives, who in turn help them out when they have to pay school fees, tax, or other monetary expenses. In any community like Sumba's, a sound resource base is a prerequisite for resilience in times of crisis, because there is little insurance and only limited regular government support. And Goedemann's book that you see here on the right provides a theoretical background for this way of thinking, if you would be interested. Finally, ceremonial exchange between affiliated communities during weddings and funerals keeps the community economy alive. The main currencies in that exchange are livestock, pigs, horses, water buffaloes, and hand-woven ikat clothes. These ceremonial assets are also part of the community resource base. I think the system used to work very well. However, at present, several factors are threatening that community resource base, thereby increasing the common people's vulnerability. Next, please. In 2016 up to 2018, Stefanus Makambombo and I conducted research on household vulnerability, poverty, and the impact of social protection programs in East Sumba. This year, Stefanus checked in the same villages what the effects were of the current crisis, and we were thinking particularly of the COVID-19 pandemic. But from what villagers told him about the last year, we realized that 4 disasters have occurred simultaneously. Climate change in the shape of a cyclone and floods, but also animal diseases, the COVID pandemic, and plantation expansion continued to threaten subsistence farmers' livelihoods. The mix of all these disasters is leading to a decrease in the community's resource base on which their resilience depends. But it also had some surprisingly positive results. Let me present some of our findings in which I will try to relate the crisis factors with food security. So first, a silently continuing change that threatens the community's resource base is capitalist expansion, in particular the enclosure of areas for plantations, food estates, and the tourism industry. And after Pa Siegfried's lecture, I know I should also add industrial fishing. Large plantations reduce the local population's access to lands, in particular to the fields where they used to graze their horses, cows, and goats. Water problems are another impact of capitalist plantation expansion. A sugar plantation has appropriated the rivers and springs in the Umalulu district, using the water for irrigating sugarcane. The downstream community irrigation scheme dried up for several years. For some local peasants who could no longer cultivate their paddy fields, The closest available alternative employment was working as casual laborers for the plantation company. However, casual laborers' wages are low and labor conditions bad, so that reduces the security for their families. Agrochemicals in the plantation's wastewater pollute the rivers and will do so even more when operations are at full scale. This is a threat to community health and to fishery and to the biodiversity in these areas. And people will not be able to find additional food in the forests and fields or in the sea in times of food shortage anymore. The second factor is climate change. This year's cyclone Seroja hit eastern Indonesia in April. The cyclone toppled trees and destroyed houses. The floods washed away crops from the field and riverside gardens and also destroyed irrigation dams. For food security of the people whose crops were destroyed, this was a disaster. But fortunately, many people had already harvested by the end of March. The reason for this early harvest was that in 2020, all over East Sumba, the rainy season was abundant and early. Even in the usually driest areas, people began cultivating rice and maize in November and harvested already in February in March 2021. The heavy rains during Cyclone Seroja did not only lead to disaster. The area with the village irrigation scheme downstream from the sugar plantation benefited from water access. In the middle of the rice field, springs appeared and upstream rivers that would usually be dry by April were flowing. Many people could grow a second rice crop, even on high plots. Consequently, 2021 has seen an excellent rice harvest in East Sumba. For peasants who grow maize and other dryland crops, the year was not as good. Too much rain stimulated pests in these crops. And another positive impact was that the rough seas with storms and rain brought a huge amount of seagrass to the coast of East Sumba, offering seagrass gatherers a great income. So what happened in East Sumba this year indicates that the links between climate change and food security can vary over the years, and that this year, perhaps by accident, was surprisingly good in East Sumba. The third disaster is a livestock epidemic. Although peasants in Sumba are used to pests and diseases in their crops and losing some livestock to animal diseases, this epidemic was extraordinary. The African swine fever entered the island Timor in 2019 and spread over the province entity from March 2020 onwards. It killed a part of the pig population, estimated at 2 million animals in the province. Now, pigs are extremely important in Sumba for two reasons. First of all, pigs are a very important source of savings among the village population. In our 2017 household survey, in a village with a strong resource base in the southern eastern tip of the island, we found that income from selling pigs and chicken contributed largely to household cash income that year.
It's 4 o'clock.
Both for the poor and for the non-poor. Like you can see in the table, 72% of household income for the non-poor. As the swine epidemic is like a banking crisis in which savings and assets have evaporated. Without these savings, people do not have money to buy rice in times of food shortage. Second, pigs are the main currency in the ceremonial exchange and therefore the cement of the community economy. Every important meeting or event in Sumba should end with a meal including pork. And mutual assistance, characteristic for the community economy, is supporting food security. So if there is an epidemic killing many pigs, it will disturb the community economy, and indirectly that could affect food security in a negative way. The fourth disaster that happened since last year is obviously the COVID-19 pandemic. In the centers of infections, people were extremely worried. In Sumba, health facilities are very limited, in particular intensive care units, but also the vaccination rate was low. And if a relative becomes ill or has to be in quarantine for weeks or even dies, who will work on the land or earn money? Around 80% of the population is self-employed, which means that there is no sick leave or disability insurance for inability to work. In the two most remote villages where we did research, there were no cases of COVID infection reported up to July 2021. By contrast, the sugar plantation close to our third research village became the center of infections after staff members from Java had spent their Idul Fitri holidays in their hometowns. The adjacent village had several positive cases at that time, which suggests that plantation laborers are more vulnerable to getting infected than the peasants in remote villages. At the positive side, labor migrants from Sumba who had returned to their home villages in 2020 after losing their jobs in, for example, Bali, could work in agriculture, helping their relatives. And that had a positive impact on food security. So recently there has been a global study about the effect of COVID pandemic on food security, which puts the findings in Sumba in a global perspective. So I would really advise you to look at this publication in the journal Global Food Security. Two of the many conclusions are that there is no clear evidence that COVID pandemic affected the availability of food in terms of the quantity produced. And also that the authors see variation in the effect of different actors of the system. So the more people are integrated into supply chains, the more they are affected. And that corresponds with our observations that people who produce in Sumba for own consumption or for their community economy have been relatively unaffected in terms of food security. Okay, finally, I would like to end with 3 conclusions. Next, please. Although there have been positive results from the mix of disasters in Sumba, demonstrating remarkable resilience, we should not conclude that the problems have been solved. The 4 disasters are not incidental, but the result of structural problems related to capitalist expansion, climate change, and recurring global epidemics. What we need are structural solutions that deal with the causes of these disasters, apart from also focusing on mitigating the symptoms. Local knowledge, like the community coping mechanisms, are important for food security. I will never doubt that. But I don't think they will be sufficient to deal with the large external forces, like the increasing capitalist expansion, for example. The local knowledge and community coping mechanisms are actually meant for life within the community and not able to cope with large industry, for example. Instead, therefore, I would say that government policies and interventions are required. In the field of law, economics, policy, studied at universities, you can all provide input and suggestions for legislation, regulations, and government policies. First, for legally and environmentally protecting communities' resource bases. That means ensuring that the local communities have access to land and clean and sufficient water so that people can take care of their own food security. Second, to stop the forces that are causing disasters. That implies stop supporting investments in the extractive industry, which depletes the island resources and exports the profits out of reach of the local population. I hope that my lecture has given you food for thought and discussion, and I wish you all a very constructive and inspiring conference. So thank you for your attention, and I give the mic back to the moderator.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Bell, for the excellent and then powerful presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard all four presentation from our invited speakers. We could see that the climate change turned out to be, could be seen from various aspects in our life. On the first presentation from Dr. Lassa, we know that there are threats in the future if we do not think, if we do not really think about the prospective solutions, how to minimize the climate change to our crops, maybe because of the locust threats. And then the second presentations, we have Professor Makoto or Umbu Hahar. He perceived the climate change and then he relates that with the local wisdom, how to mitigate the disasters using the local wisdom. And then the third speaker, we have Professor Siegfried. He discusses broadly on what kind of threats to our food, to the biodiversity in our oceans. And then the last speakers, Dr. Jacqueline Bell, I think it's intertwined with what had Professor Makoto has shared previously, that how to use the local wisdom and then how to see the threats that the threats that the climate change might bring to various aspects in our life. And I think it's time for us to, we invite the participants to have questions, maybe to have constructive discussions. And then we have already some questions right here, especially for those who have put the questions on the chat room, especially that are addressed to Dr. Lassa. We could see that some of you have been answered. So we are not going to put the same questions again to Dr. Lassa because apparently he has answered that. I think I could ask Pak Ariel, if you don't mind, could you please let Miss Jenny to share screen the questions, because I think there are still some questions that are unanswered and they are addressed to the four of our invited speakers. Some to Dr. Lassa, there are 3 questions are unanswered, and then, or 2, and then 3 questions to Professor Makoto, and then 3 questions to Professor Siegfried.
I had give the
okay, Ibu Jenny.
Co-host permission for Mr. Jenny.
Okay. Yeah. Pardon. Ibu Jenny sudah buka yang apa namanya? Ini Word-nya udah dibuka? Sudah. Okay, please wait. We are going to show you the questions. Our apology. Please wait for the share screen.
I think it's somebody should stop sharing before you. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sudah. Okay. I think I would read the first question. If Miss Jenny, could you please maybe enlarge? Yes. Okay. All right. Yes, the first question from Rifan Bara. Many farmers suffered losses in the fields because of the locust. Locust attacks are sometimes difficult to predict. Is there any technology that can be used for this? I think this one is for Dr. Lasa. So, Dr. Lasa, if you're still here.
Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear perfectly. Do you
Yeah,
want
so,
me to read? Okay.
Yeah, there are plenty of ways to do that. So the first is the community-based approach to this problem. So in the last 20 years, we have been observing how farmers can learn and deal with the problems themselves. So we call it farmer school, field school. So farmers can be also a kind of researcher that observe the problems and then provide solution at their own way, at their own time. But yeah, there are many ways to solve this, especially to anticipate the multiplication of the locust problem. We have plenty of that. So in Australia, for example, at least I think some of your dad might just being born at the time, like in 1974, they established a specific body to deal with the locust problem. So there's a special commission on locust, and starting from that time, people have been simply not only developing methodology, and including some trials and errors in trying to monitor and create a kind of early warning system for locust crisis. So we have plenty of technology for that. And I think the question from Helga is about the picture. Well, the pictures, I'm not sure what you are talking about, but I hope. So what I did present in the pictures are different scenarios on rainfall, curah hujan, and suhu, or in this case, temperature for East Sumba. And the timelines that I use is basically I want to show that you can play with the timeline using the same website that I share. So you can set up time for, let's say, 2060 or 2080 or 2100. Just to, get an idea about what it's gonna look like when it comes to, your grandchildren experiencing, let's say, climate in the future. Yeah. So they're basically offering
similar suggestion that there are potential changes, and they are very likely that those changes might happen. And I think that is all that I think I can share. Thank you, Mbak Ita. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Lasa. So yeah, I hope that's for Rifan Bara and for Helga Rabadeta. I hope that the answers have your questions have been answered. The next question for Professor Makoto. The first one is from Maisi. How to deal with changing climate conditions and sometimes extreme climate conditions in Sumba?
Yeah. So it's very difficult question for me because I'm not a scientist for climate change. So, but now, climate change climate, because of climate change, Sumbanese farmers are for farmers, it's very difficult when start seeding and planting because of when rainy season starts. All are very changing situation. So it's very difficult to predict the climate. So this problem is you should consult with a scientist. But if you think of natural disasters, it's better to ask your father and mother and grandfather, grandmother to ask what has happened in your village, what floods or landslides or other kind of natural disaster. It's better you consult with your family, your aged people. So there is two kinds of problem. One is for scientists, one is for your aged people. Yeah, this is my answer.
Yeah, the second question, Professor, from Exalanti Amelia Rona. She asked, why are indigenous knowledge systems important for local communities? And how is indigenous knowledge system related to indigenous science?
Yeah, sorry, it's a very difficult question too. So the second question, there's no indigenous science, I don't know. So science is a universal. Science for climate change, science for biodiversity, and so on. Science is universal, not a word for indigenous science. Yeah. So I just ask the first question: why are the indigenous knowledge system important for local community? So local community know the history, what happened before, and what is the best strategy for the coping with risks. Because old age people know they have a local wisdom to cope with natural disasters and so on. So indigenous knowledge system is important for local communities. This is my answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the third question, since the first time I read this question, I think I will have the same questions one because it's so interesting from Pak Salmon Pandaranga.
Yeah.
In Japan, people embrace modern development without losing their Shinto and local wisdoms. In contrast, more and more Sumbanese people living their traditional belief. Marapu, traditional belief Marapu, because they are converting to modern and modern religions such as Islam, Christian, Hindu, and others. And potentially, Sumbanese people will leave all of the local wisdoms behind, like Marapu. So how do we, as Sumbanese people, embrace the development without losing our local wisdom, especially Marapu? I think this question especially also interested for me, Professor Makoto, because I'm also interested in local wisdom. So how do we do that? How do we prevent of not barking up the wrong tree, to be mistaken, to be looking for solutions in the wrong place, to see modern without losing our local wisdom? So I give it the time is yours, Professor.
Yeah. So I'm a Japanese and I believe in Shinto, and also I believe in Buddhism. So I believe in both religion, Buddhism and Shintoism. Maybe a lot of Japanese believe two religions. It's not problem for Japanese. And also, we also, if coping with COVID-19, I respect advice of the doctor, medical doctors, and scientists. So modern science and traditional Shintoism and Buddhism all are going together. So this is a Japanese system of knowledge. It's a very unique country, Japan. So in Indonesia, it's a situation, it's different. So, but I hope Marapu is a core of Sumbanese people. If Sumbanese people totally forget the Marapu, maybe they are just a usual Indonesia, not Sumbanese people. So Marapu is a problem of identity. So it's okay, Christian. So converted Christian. It's okay, but you student, especially student, respect who your grandfather and grandmother and great grandfather and great grandmother. So in church, you attend the Christian church, but if you come back to your village, you talk to your father, mother, your parents, and your grandparents, ask about the history and customary rules that is in your village. So this is important for your identity. This is my advice to you, the students in Unkriswina, all the people in Sumba. And I hope some students still believe in Marapu, also attend the Unkriswina. So Marapu and science is compatible like a Japanese people. This is my hope. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Makoto. The next question is from Yumi.
Could I add something to this answer? This is from Jacqueline.
Of course. Yes, of course, Dr. Jacqueline. Go ahead. Time is yours.
Because I think I also addressed this in my lecture, and I think it isn't necessary to always associate local wisdom with religion, as also Professor Makoto has indicated in his lecture. And what I wanted to stress was that you can also see it linked to social organization. And that is very much also the identity of people in Sumba, I think. The mutual cooperation between relatives in villages and in Waingapu, for example. And that is something that is so important for, let's say, informal social security. And if we think about local wisdom in that sense, it is much more easy to combine it with modern religions as well. So that might be an addition to what Professor Makoto has already said. And I hope, and what I wanted to stress is that for supporting that system of mutual assistance and cooperation between relatives, it is really important that the resource base in the villages remains and that it is protected. So that is a sort of main thing that I wanted to convey in my lecture. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline. All right, the next question from Yumimat Puai, and it is addressed for Professor Siegfried. What are the appropriate defenses so that the development of contemporary production systems does not result in land conversions that can destroy existing biodiversity?
Thank you very much for the question. I think Ms. Yumimat, why? I think these are very difficult to answer, but I try to answer. Why what the development control production system doesn't result in land conversion and can destroy existing biodiversity. So I think firstly we have to have technology, and maybe beside the technology, the local wisdom. We have to have the friendly environmental agriculture. So we don't necessary to destroy many area of our agriculture. I think so. The friendly also in the way to use the fertilizer and so on, because many also fertilizer and then pesticide that kill the biodiversity. And the second one, I think that's the world, our world, that's since 2010, that's the production of the food that's already meet the needs of the food of our people in the world. So we need technology, and now the scientists develop intensively use the GMF, genetically modified foods. So how we we make like in agriculture, the tomato by the genetic modified. So we have we just use the small area, small land, but we can produce a lot of fish or a lot of food. And the second one is we have to have a sense of the disaster. This I learned from Mr. Makamoto. This we have to have a sense of disaster. So, for example, in Indonesia, not just maybe we can back to our house in our family, how much food we just threw out in the party, small party, big party. We just threw out the food in restaurant and everywhere. There are about 30% of the food the waste and we threw out. So we have the sense of disaster. Maybe in our area there are no disaster of the hunger, but in another area maybe they need food. So we have to more consider about the what called sense of responsibility. So we have to have a responsibility because the food God create all the biodiversity for our food. That's we're going to the second question, I think, about the biodiversity play in essential providing food security. Question why biodiversity play important providing food security. Yes, because all plant and animal we eat, that's include in biodiversity. That's all life creature by God. That's biodiversity. So we have to consider to use the food with the responsibility, because there are, from my presentation, I said there's about 250 to 300,000 plant, edible plants. That means edible plant, that plant we can eat as a food, and about 30% of the animal in the world, that's for food. So if we don't have a sense of responsibility, that we know that all biodiversity that's created by God, and we have to use with the wisdom. So I think that's my question. So, and also all the food provide basic needs, or our basic needs, the carbohydrate and protein, vitamin, mineral, and so on. I think that's provided by God already in the plant and in the animal. So we have to consider about that, and we have to save our planet for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I think the second questions also has been answered from your explanation. So we may move on to the next question. Miss Jenny, can you scroll down? Is that, oh, that's the last question? Oh, okay. But I think we still have some questions that were sent directly to Miss Jenny. Maybe if you could, oh, this one. From Pak Salmon Pandaranga, it is addressed to Dr. Lasa. It is very interesting about spraying the locust. I hope Dr. Lasa is still here. What happens in Sumba now, the local government in Sumba keeps spraying the locust, and seems that the government has desperately no option to eliminate the locust except spraying. Why do you disagree these kinds of spraying while this is the cheapest way to kill the locust? High tech to kill the locust is very expensive for government in Sumba. Thank you. Dr. Lasa, time is yours.
So that is a very interesting question and also statement, Pak Salman. Thank you for that. I think when you say it is cheap because you don't calculate the risk on human health, and you probably not calculating the risk of environmental cost. Like so if there is no measure to control the type of chemicals used in the spray, it's pretty hard to claim that that is the cheapest one. Because we have no idea. Government didn't explain what kind of pesticides being used, whether the safety level of that kind of spray is acceptable according to science and stuff like that. So at the moment, I think we have no idea about the cost. So the claim that this is the cheapest way, it is simply based on the assumption that everything is just fine, which is, in the context of Australia, it took like 40 years to come up with well, at least 30 years to come up with the idea, like suggesting what is this, what is the type of pesticide or the chemicals that can be used, and how can government control that in general. So this is actually based on trial and error over the last 40 years. With us in Indonesia, it's pretty hard to look at the government, trying to develop some kind of evidence-based policy in this case. So we never know about the risk. So if we cannot tell about the risk of using this spray, it's pretty hard to claim about the cost, because the cost might be anything. It could be cancer that gets into the food chain, or your kuda and sapi might be eating some of the grass that are contaminated already. So yeah, I think how we define advanced technology or advanced government, I think it's not because of the technology. I mean, it's not because of the instrument, but it's about the policy. So I think we can do that in Indonesia if university can help the governments to think about this and bring this into policy level. So at this point of time, it's pretty hard to justify the claim, because we can actually create a lot of scary scenario, like the environmental cost of spraying, and whether your water in the river is free of that. Or maybe many people have actually drink water that has been contaminated by the sprays. We never know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Laza and Pak Salmon. I hope that answered your questions. The next question is addressed to Dr. Jacqueline Bell from Pak Virat Meyasa. Food security is highly dependent on seasons, weather, and disasters. On the other hand, agricultural land is converted into large buildings. What do you think about this? Will it be 10, 20, or 30 years from now that food will always be available? Time is yours, Dr. Jack.
Thank you very much, Virat, for your question. Well, this is, of course, looking into the future, and I would really hope that in 30 years, food will be always available for everyone. But it isn't very likely when we hear what is happening at the moment. If you don't mind, I would like to connect it also to the first question that was posed to Dr. Siegfried. It's about what can we do about the causes of pollution in this we were talking about. So, for example, if you have polluted water, we could think about filtering the polluted water. That's like a technical solution, but it's also very helpful and necessary to think about how to stop the pollution. And that leads me to more in the field of legal and policy measures that are required. And I think one of the solutions that is really one of the things that needs priority in making the situation more safe for the generations to come with regard to food security is that there is more attention to environmental law and how it will be really implemented, like taking AMDAL, environmental assessments, really seriously, for example. And also in the field of law, there could be more attention to spatial planning. For example, saying, stipulating that certain areas in Sumba can only be cultivated in a sustainable way, I don't know yet how exactly to do that, but that would be a challenge for more the legal and policy sides of research, also for students and staff at Wina, I think. So I think, I don't know whether this answers your question, but I hope so. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Well. And I hope, Pak Wira, that answers your questions. So, yeah, I think we have come up to the end of our discussions. We could say that, yeah, we all agree that climate change is inevitable. It is here, all around us. The question is, what can we do about it? Today, we have heard 4 presentations discussing the climate change. Discussing the climate change seen from 4 different aspects. Again, Dr. Lassa talked about the potential risk related to the pests that may attack us, that may have greater potential risk in the future if we do not minimize the climate change. And then the second presenter, Professor Makoto, have talked about how can we use the local wisdom to do the disaster mitigations. And then the third one from Professor Siegfried, he was talking about the biodiversity. How could our food supply could lost because of the climate change? What can we do about it? And then from Dr. Jacqueline Bell, we also, I think it's intertwined with what Professor Makoto talked about. How do we preserve the social organization, the social thoughts in Sumba, or maybe all around in Indonesia? We talk about in general concepts. So what can we do about it? We have 4 prominent speakers discussing with us. Now the questions back to all of us, all of the participants, all of maybe there are some lecturers here. We invite you to have more research. Let's talk about this more. What can we do about the climate change? And then to our distinguished invited speakers who are prominent researchers, I think I would like to say thank you. And it has been such a pride and an honor for me personally to guide you through the discussions today. Yeah. Oh. One more question. Okay. Okay. Our apology. There is one question, and it is said that. Oh, okay. Okay. From. From Pak Macron. Okay. Mandara, media sosial dalam konteks Sumba untuk menghadapi ketahanan pangan bagi saya akan meningkatkan ketergantungan sehingga mengurangi tingkat kemandirian. Bagaimana menurut Ibu Jacqueline? So the question is from Pak Macron, our rector in Kristen.
Could you say it again? Could you read it again?
Ibu. Okay. Mandara media sosial dalam konteks Sumba untuk menghadapi ketahanan pangan bagi saya akan meningkatkan ketergantungan sehingga mengurangi tingkat kemandirian. So, bagaimana menurut Ibu?
Yeah, okay, I understand the question. Yes. So, it all centers about the word ketergantungan. So you can take that in a positive sense, like mutual assistance within family networks in different climate zones, which actually Mandara is. So traveling to another area and then where they have just harvested, and then you can get some part of the harvest and then come back and later on in your own harvest time, return the food obtained. So that's the positive side. On the other hand, it also creates negative dependency, you could say, But that is a whole different perspective, whether you see development as a matter of individualization of the society. And I think that's a long discussion, whether that would be more helpful for prosperity or not. But I think as long as there is no welfare state that is functioning well in Indonesia or in Sumba at least, people are really dependent on each other for organizing their own food security. And in that sense, I would still think that it is important to support more traditional social organization structures and to help these communities cope with the challenges that the modern world and the market economy brings. So that would be my answer. Terima kasih, Pak Maklon.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline. Okay, it seems that we still have, our discussion is still heated. So we have one more question, I guess. We have Pak Stepanus Makabombu, he's raising a hand. So I think I will let Pak Stepanus to deliver his question by himself. Pak Step, the time is yours. Pak Step.
Okay. My question to Dr. Jonathan Lasa. Okay, thank you for your nice presentation, because your presentation is really close with our problem. Looking the strategy of local government and community to remove the locust, I think is a conventional way, such as by pesticide. And so far, the strategy cannot reach out much of locusts to kill them, because the difficulties of geographies, yeah. So the locust will be faced every year for us. But you have raised a good solution, yes, how to eat them. The question is, it is secure if we eat a lot of locusts? Or do you have any suggestion how Unkriswina seriously think to process locusts be like a food? I think we need more research innovation, how to make it, how to convince us to eat this pest. Thank you.
Yeah. So shall I directly answer that or responding to that, Kaita?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So
I think I will give it.
Thank you, Steph. Yeah. Yeah. Regarding the eating solution, I think it needs some experiments, but it's not too far from the culture of NTT. I mean, I grown up in soy, so we have seen people eating that as well. And we experimented some kind of fried, and I've been also to Bangkok, in the city of Bangkok. You have plenty of grasshopper being sold in the market, and it is sold as a kind of crispy, and people kind of laughing that as well. So at least there are market for that. So based on that experience, I think, and also based on some of the suggestions from WFO and also some experiments being done in different parts of the world, especially Africa, I think that is a possible solution. The question is, how can we make it locally, culturally acceptable? That is the next question that I think Steph and colleagues at the Unkriswina will be able to answer. But apart from this eating solution, I think we need to experiment a lot, because at the times, sadly, most of the local governments in Indonesia do not have this entrepreneurial kind of behavior, where they could actually exercise with some innovations, and keep doing, not just like once in 50 years trying and then drop it, but it's kind of continuously try on regular basis different type of methods in dealing with the locusts. I think Sumba is quite unique, and I always have this mentality that if we have got this problem, we have to be also the one that also master the problems and being the best in the world on that problem. Why we have the poverty, but the poverty expert is not coming from us. Why we have locusts, but the expert on locusts is not coming from us, it's coming from somewhere else. We have all the problems like disasters, but the best thinkers about disaster is located outside the country. It's something that we have to, I think we can start doing things like this, like seminar, talking. It's probably good for students in Sumba. And who knows, in the next 10 years, we are not listening to Global University in Kupang, but we listen to Kristen. Just a few words. Thank you so much for the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we still have one last question. And if Miss Jenny, you could screen share that. Thank you, Pak Stefanus. I hope that the explanation from Dr. Lasa has explained everything. How to make eating the locust is culturally acceptable. I think that's interesting. Okay, the last question is from Pa Ariel to Dr. Jacqueline. My question is, from your personal perspective, what is the best approach that an academic people could give to them? Who's them? Okay, as an empowering act to educate people who just go through a disaster in terms of food security. Or maybe Ibu Jenny, could you maybe give like the full question? Yang the Indonesian. I'm sorry, pardon, please wait. If Miss Jenny will share the full version of the questions. It is mixed between Bahasa Indonesia and English. If bisa. Oh, okay. I think, yeah, Pak Ariel has already put it on the chat box. Okay. Dr. Jacqueline, on the chat box, Pak Ariel said that you has described the positive side from the Soroja and the pandemic, which is rare. So his question is, from your personal perspective, what is the best approach that an academician could give to the people as an empowering act to educate people who just go through a disaster in terms of food security? If you could catch the question, Dr. Jacqueline.
Perhaps it's a really difficult question. But I think if I understand it well, it's also the surprise that there are some positive sides of disasters that were happening this year. And what I would like to stress is that as researchers, we should always be open to things that are unexpected. And then, like unexpected this year, that after the flood, it actually had a positive effect on some parts of the island where a second crop of rice could be grown. So these effects should not be ignored because it doesn't fit in our way of thinking or analytical framework of our science or the discipline that we are doing research about. And that helps us academically to think more about short-term effects and long-term effects. And those should be taken apart. So I was discussing in my lecture about the short-term effects this year and the confusing mixture that it all results in. It is a very different question what you should say to a person who has just suffered, for example, from a flood where a house has been washed away. Yeah, what can we say? I mean, well, the only thing that is needed is help at that moment. And that is something different than thinking about longer term effects and the causes of climate change. That is, so the direct effects on a particular individual household and what should be done about that is another question than how we can analyze and how we can contribute to preventing further exacerbating climate change effects in the world. So my concrete question is, if anyone is suffering from negative things, then we should organize help for that individual household. But in larger context, we should really think about the larger context and the causes of climate change, and not only about the short-term effects and the short-term technical mitigation measures that can be taken. Difficult question, difficult answer, or was it clear enough?
Yeah, I think it's already been answered. If Pak Ariel, should you have any more questions, or yeah, maybe you need to confirm or whatever it is, maybe we could, yeah, maybe the committee can send the emails to Dr. Jacqueline, probably. Yes. Dr. Jacqueline, if you don't mind. Yes, okay. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the constructive discussion for today. And thank you so much also for all of our 4 distinguished invited speakers. Again, let me say that it is such an honor and a pride for me to guide you all through the discussions today. And I think I will give, yeah, I think I will go back to Ibu Indri to guide the rest of our events today. Thank you, everyone. Ibu Indri,
yes.
Go back to you.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Ita. So we would like to say thanks to the keynote speaker and the invited speakers for the wonderful topics presented in this on this first day of this conference, and also to our moderators, Ibu Ita and Ibu Jenny, for guiding us for this great interactive discussion. So for this wonderful first day of conference, the committee would like to give appreciation to the speakers, and I will read the appreciation letter. The first one, Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba certifies that Dr. Insinyur Faji Jufri, MSc, has participated in the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change and Culture, ICCC 2021, as keynote speaker. The second, Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba certifies that Dr. Engineer Jonathan Lassa, MSc, has participated in the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change and Culture, ICCC 2021, as invited speaker. The third, Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba certifies that Professor Makoto Koike has participated in the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change and Culture, ICCC 2021, as invited speaker. The next, Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba certifies that Professor Dr. Siegfried Berhimpon has participated in the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change and Culture, ICCC 2021, as invited speaker. And the last one, Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba certifies that Dr. Engineer Jacqueline Fell has participated in the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change and Culture, ICCC 2021, as invited speaker. Sekali lagi terima kasih untuk para pembicara, Pak Jonathan, Prof. Makoto, Pak Berhimpon, dan Ibu Jacqueline. Kami berharap bisa bergabung bersama kami kembali di hari esok. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our first day of the conference. We are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow on the second day of the conference. Please note that first, we will be using the same link Zoom meeting, and for all presenters and participants, please join the Zoom meeting on time for registration. Kita tetap menggunakan link Zoom meeting yang sama dan mohon untuk registrasi tepat waktu. For all participants and presenters, you may find the schedule on our official website. Silakan mendownload jadwal dan juga buku abstrak melalui website resmi konferensi ini, bisa mendapatkan melalui menu download. And then after registration, you will be led to enter the breakout room based on the topic you choose. Untuk semua peserta, mohon mendownload buku abstrak. Di dalam buku abstrak dan di jadwal, Bapak Ibu bisa melihat topik yang akan dipresentasikan hari esok. Dan kemudian silakan memilih ruang mana yang mau diikuti. Dan di esok hari saat registrasi kami akan menjelaskan bagaimana Bapak Ibu mengubah nama Bapak Ibu sehingga dengan mudah dapat diarahkan ke ruang yang sudah dipilih. For the keynote and invited speakers, you are welcome to attend the second day of the conference. And for presenters, please make sure to read the guidelines and schedule to make sure that tomorrow's presentation run well. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great day for us. Thank you for your kind attention, and we will see you tomorrow. You may leave the Zoom meeting now, and good afternoon.
Thank you.
Sumba, sebuah pulau di bagian timur Indonesia yang terkenal karena keindahan alam dan budayanya. Siapa yang tidak mengenal Teluk Ikat Sumba yang cantik? Semua juga tidak asing dengan keindahan padang sabana dan perbukitannya. Dan pasti semua juga tahu gagahnya kuda sandalwood. Semuanya itu hanya ada di Sumba. Salam hangat dari Universitas Kristen Wira Wacana Sumba. Dari sebuah kota di Sumba Timur bernama Waingapu, kami siap mengoptimalkan potensi yang dimiliki negeri seribu bukit ini.
Kalau ada yang bertanya, kenapa saya memilih Kristen, kampus ini memberikan banyak sekali ruang untuk mengembangkan diri dan bertransformasi.
Beragam kegiatan kemahasiswaan di kampus ini membantu saya dan teman-teman untuk berani tampil menjadi diri sendiri. Nilai-nilai yang diajarkan di Universitas Sumba juga memotivasi saya untuk mengembangkan potensi yang saya miliki untuk membawa nama harum Pulau Sumba.
Keberagaman adalah yang menjadi salah satu alasan mengapa saya memilih kampus ini untuk berkuliah. Tidak ada eksklusivitas, agama, suku, maupun ras. Kami belajar toleransi untuk mewujudkan Sumba Timur yang lebih maju.
Saya sangat bersyukur karena pernah menjadi bagian dari Universitas Sumba, karena semangat entrepreneurship yang ditanamkan pada kami itu sangat melekat.
Sebagai alumni Universitas Sumba, kami sungguh merasakan bahwa alma mater sudah membentuk dan mempersiapkan kami untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin, baik untuk diri sendiri maupun untuk orang lain. Sebagai alumni tentunya kami sungguh menyadari bahwa nuansa kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, sudah kami rasakan semenjak kami di bangku kuliah.
Di kampus kami diajarkan semangat wirausaha yang kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Di mana bukan hanya sekedar perkuliahan saja, tapi ada juga beragam kegiatan mahasiswa yang semuanya itu memberikan kami ruang untuk berkembang. Dan menurut saya ini merupakan pengalaman yang tak ternilai harganya.
Dan saya bersama rekan-rekan alumni lainnya Kami bangga menjadi bagian dari alumni Universitas Sumba.
Universitas Sumba akan menempa Anda menjadi pemimpin yang kita. Pemimpin yang kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif. Dengan semangat kewirausahaan, Anda akan dipersiapkan menjadi calon-calon pemimpin dengan semangat entrepreneurs yang akan menjadi agen perubahan bagi masyarakat. Melalui sejumlah program studi yang relevan dengan potensi di Pulau Sumba, kami ajak untuk mengoptimalkan kekayaan di pulau ini. Mari kita secara bersama membangun Sumba, NTT, dan Indonesia.
Melalui semangat kita, kreatif, inovatif, transformatif, dan arif, kami hadir untuk mengajak Anda menjadi tenaga ahli kewirausahaan yang mandiri dan sinergistik untuk menjadi pelopor, motivator, dan dinamisator dalam proses transformasi masyarakat demi masa depan bumi manapun.